Sorry. All right. Still working on the daily DD. Just waiting. Just so everyone knows, there's supposed to be like solar flares hitting today, and it could fuck up a lot of our data sources. I know some people started seeing it already this morning, and a bunch of people DMing me about it. Ding ding. Hello, Al. That's sus. Eh. You know, when you're as powerful as Ken Griffin, and you're manipulating the surface of the sun in order to create divergent magnetic something, coronal mass ejections. Yeah, I've got a full tinfoil suit on today. Nice, Dork. Your excuses for your power bill not getting paid are getting more elaborate. Try to... Sorry. That's still 15 minutes. Um, sort of pre-market volume, it was like high, right? Yeah, short hedge funds are creating solar flares now to keep GameStop running. Thanks, Cocaine Crypto. 'Fucking matters, but slap it in there. Shares to bar. Massive drop in Dick's utilization yesterday after 1:30 p.m. IBKR has 9,000 at 5.2. I need a template for this shit. Hundred shares. Fidelity's getting real low. No oscillators today. They're not showing anything. Oh, sorry. Accuracy is almost below my original buy-in. Nice. Very nice. Ah. A single see $3 on BBBY. Thank you, Patrick Swayze. No. Holy shit. Not much left to lose here. Buy down. Okay. Sorry about that. Something very interesting is happening on RDBX. I think we have a spurt situation with a buyout. Okay, send me the information on it. There's gotta be a reason it's being shorted into oblivion. Man, they're definitely making it cheaper. People acting like we weren't held at 40 for months before absolutely sending it. Everyone always gets fucking emotional when the price drops like this. It's getting better. The threshold of your noise gate down a little. Things are getting cut. Close threshold down a little. I think that might be it. Oil stocks pumping today, yeah. I started buying into Bed and Bath at 22. I plan to sell everything if it hits 8. Am I doing this right? No. JPEG comment on inflation today. No, CPI data this morning, which I still need to look at. Gotten your 8th booster yet? I've gotten 5 shots so far. USA shorting 1,000% of all ETFs and stocks. Legit and noble. Brief look is a surprise, slightly worse than expected. What do you expect the SPY to bounce, or is it full crash mode now? I don't think it's full crash mode. I think CPI data sent it reeling a little bit. Summarize it for you. Energy went down while core inflation went up 8.3% total. Okay. What's the you know what the rate of increase was over last month? Is that 0.1? Are you magnetic yet? No, but I get amazing cell phone service. 5 shots? Yeah. 0.2, 0.4, 0.3. Negative 0.2. Treasury yields up. You'd expect them to be. Last month's 8.5. Negative 2. Ooh. So energy inflation dropped enough to make a dent? That's bullish as fuck. We're about to do some things. 11D. CPI negative 2. 4.4. So 0.4, so 8.1 to 8.5 for core, and then 8.5 to 8.3 for CPI. I need to see the fucking report. I gotta find it. Getting too many No offense to any of you. I understand you're trying to tell me, but I'm getting too many mixed messages. Unadjusted down 0.2. Food up. Gasoline down. Energy way the fuck down. Used cars and trucks starting to drop a little. Okay. Not super bullish, but decent. Fed rates seem to be having a tiny bit of effect, at least on the energy industry. It's also the increased supply, right? After the scare with Russia. The issue with that, and the reason it's still not the worst thing in the world to be kind of long oil, is that, you know, those suppliers are foreign, and, you know, they'll realize their pricing power soon enough. Also, I don't think they can meet production estimates going into the summer. Yes, Bruno says retail is dumping GME and AMC because heavy losses. They say that every time we drop. Um, it's okay, Pigeon Teeth for MOASS. You're forgiven. Thoughts on the spy for today? Thanks. And already got kind of a nice turnaround going on here. Maybe like a high. Oof. I don't think we'll break 407. It's possible though. 405, maybe back to 405. It's pretty strong resistance there, I think. Nice turnaround on GameStop too. Hopefully the market drags us up a bit with all these FTDs. 500k volume so far. Not gonna lie, you look like you slept well. No. Barely slept at all, and then overslept. So I missed my alarm. UVXY down 1.32%. SPY might see a rally. Yeah, it could. Yeah, VIX was up last night. Futures up last night. Or VIX was down last night. Futures up last night. VIX down, Futes up. That's the way we like to do bullish things. Wouldn't sell CC again. Bought back on the dip. Wait for a peak. The current options data looks like peaks below 120. AMD strong today? It should if there's a bounce back. You have apnea, get a machine. I don't. It's the going to sleep part, not the staying to sleep part, that's a problem. Last year I was just a bouncer at the Double Juice. Now I'm sitting here with this gang of degenerates, buying calls and robbing Wall Street. Thanks to the knowledge, Garrick. Drinks on me next week. after we all sell at the peak. Patrick Swayze Roadhouse. Thank you, Patrick Swayze. Very much appreciated. Did everyone already buy back in on calls? I bought some last night. I bought some more this morning. This looks like a dead cat bounce on the spot. You know, dead cat bounces occur after squeezes, right? The spy didn't squeeze. Also, likely, economic conditions aren't improving. There's nothing to do with it being a dead cat bounce, though. We will hit 118 on this run and then dive down really hard, right? It could be lower than that even. It could even be like 116 or 110. Just be cautious. I think gamma neutral's at like 110 right now. I bought some June 17s yesterday and today. I bought some May 20s today. Yeah, Jeremy, that's people. Those are mostly sold. That's people selling puts, doing bull credit spreads. You obviously can't handle keeping the stock up while I was gone. I shall do it for you. Autistic screaming. Re at the stock, Dr. Dan, mad scientist. Re at the stock and then look up liquidity and investment trusts. When are you getting back into cat? Probably soon. Doing very well this morning. This might be not a terrible entry. Ever getting political yesterday in the chat? Was getting frustrated by his Biden speech. You were right to time me out. I probably didn't time it out. It's all good, man. I get it. Emotions run high in both the stock market and the political spectrum. And when they combine with each other, well, yeah. All good, man. No worries. No hard feelings at all. What's a good investment alternative with 30-year forecast instead of ETFs? SPY. Alternative with a 30-year forecast instead of ETFs in the SPY. Bonds? Like, if you're going to hold on to them for 30 years, you get some 20-year bonds or something. If you get the fixed interest rates, it's not so bad. The variable rate bonds, you'll probably miss. They tend to be shorter term anyway. I still can't believe you timed me out for not supporting the Whigs. I mean, that's just fucking unacceptable. What are you, a crown loyalist, Pop CERN? This is fucking America. GME for 30 years. Man, I fucking bought that dip like a champ. Do you have an outlook on the SPY for the coming weeks? What you expect? I have no idea what to expect with the SPY for the coming weeks. This is a day-by-day market, Bastion. You know, there is a chance that JPow's able to pull it off. It's not easy, but it's possible. And a reversal in inflation growth, even if it is primarily energy, is still huge. This motherfucker is going to get us back to a bull market by next January. I really hate John Quincy Adams. All JPow had to do is basically nothing. I know, I've been saying that for months. Pickle. There we go. Who finally broke free of the super cycle and undressed the last of his shares? Fuck that place. Let's make some money. Nice Twin Peaks, Tanny. Congratulations, man. I hope you do. So your rough forecast is a bit of ups next week or so, and then shorted into the shareholder meeting. Yes. Shorted heavily after these ETF FTDs are done playing out. And I expect the SPY to drop with SLD next Wednesday as well. But we'll see how much it rallies before then. It's not always a lower low, right? I mean, Nexus JPow's not working alone, obviously, in the desire to curb inflation. Not seeing any ETF FTDs seemingly coming in yet, though. Just tracking the market. Yeah, for the most part. I don't think we're going to see very high ETF FTDs today at all, frankly. Now, what time is CBOE options quote data most accurate for calculating GNGM for the trading day? First thing in the morning, before market open, after previous day's OIs reported. You cop near the money May 20s? Yeah, a few. I bought June's also. Near the money. Bought 95s last night. I grabbed some hundreds on the dip today. James K. Polk is probably the most effective president to ever grace the White House. He acquired Mexican lands in the Mexican-American War and also got Oregon. I mean, don't forget Jefferson and the Louisiana Purchase. That was a hell of an investment. I'm actually related to James K. Polk, second cousin, 6 times removed. There's best friend's son's uncle's cat. Best friend's great grandson's uncle's cat. Nice. Redbox, what about it? Is it doing things up? If there's a bot on the company, do shorts have to cover? Usually. Puts them in a tricky situation. It caps their losses, though, a little bit, depending on how many shorts there are. With limited capital, would you recommend waiting to get calls on GME until after this ETF FTD run during the shorting before the shareholder meeting? Yeah, I would probably wait. This run's risky. These ETF, these like ETF solo FTD periods tend to see some upside, but it's volatile, and the peaks aren't realized for very long. So not only does it require risk in the options, but it also requires, risk in the fact that it has to be traded properly. So it's prone to user error. Jefferson bought because Napoleon needed tendies to fund the war in Europe. Teddy Roosevelt was more badass when he got shot during a speech and kept going. I didn't say Jefferson was a badass. I just said he got a good deal. He was also horrifyingly racist and by all accounts a terrible human being. Yeah, they basically were all that. Definitely not Kirk's Bill Mayo guy for the most part. I'll play this ETF run. Wonder how high you think it will go before the shareholder meeting. Won't be able to watch the stream and need to set alerts. I don't think this run's going much above like somewhere. Well, it's gonna probably land somewhere between like 110 and 115 to the upside. Ideally, uh, I think we'll see lower lows on the other side of it though before the shareholders meeting. Sub 8, sub 90 again. Actually, Teddy Roosevelt created the Fed and led indirectly to the upcoming MOASS. Most effective, not best. I see. MOASS still have a decent chance of occurring in the next few months. Not really. We have a chance of going up again a bunch in the next few months. So that's cool. Just for some confirmation bias, at least here in South Dakota, farmers are unable to get into plant spring wheat. Not sure if the rest of the Midwest is experiencing this too. Interesting. Is it because of fertilizer or weather conditions? Yeah, I mean, some of the founding fathers knew that slavery was wrong. They just didn't like. There wasn't like an onus for them to like give a shit. There was no, societal pressure for them to care that it was wrong. I mean, and yeah, you saw, Jefferson kind of try to turn it around later in his life. Ben Franklin, too, who's staunchly racist. Also, in his later writings, was moving more towards an abolitionist mindset. But basically, I mean, if you're gonna call them slaveholding pieces of shit, yeah, they pretty much all were, with the exception of very few. Yeah, yeah, Ben Franklin sometimes against slavery, sometimes also just owning slaves a bunch. So bit of a hypocrite in that regard. Not that he was ashamed of being a hypocrite. Ben Franklin probably just changed his mind depending on who he was trying to bang. I do audio for corporate events sometimes. I was in a meeting with top execs at TPG Growth and got some sweet inside info. Dope. Neo feudalism, maybe? Mike Mio? Can you take a look at CTRM? Sounds like a piece of shit. Oh, fuck no. Absolutely not. That Castor Maritime? No. You trying to lose some money? You got a tax debt or something you need to offset? Chinese spaghettio. That's up to you, man. Um, we're obviously far more aware of the situation surrounding GameStop than BBBY. There's some weird shit going on with BBBY right now. Um, I still like it. I mean, I still have a $20 cost basis. I'm not selling, but I would be careful with it. Need a quiet stream today? No. It's on Sens. They just beat earnings again 2 times in a row. I've said a bunch of times, I think it's a good long-term investment. Insiders sold some shares. I mean, that's expected in the early days of a company, Stefan. They haven't been around a very long time. So it's reasonable to see some insider capitalization upon early growth. Please elaborate on strange stuff, Ray BBBY. So they announced that share buyback, and BBY had that like hard run up to $18 that one Friday. Um, Sec. And then things got weird. Then we saw these massive put walls start coming in. First it was like at 15, then 10, 950. And we've seen the price just get driven down hard regardless of market conditions, active funds, FTDs, all the things that would normally affect like the basket stocks. Um, and simultaneously, we see large block orders coming in, large long block orders. And we see large blocks of long calls coming in as well. It looks like a buyout, frankly. Like someone's buying heavily into BBBY. We don't know who. Yesterday we speculated maybe GameStop. They could. They have no debt. They're in a good position to acquire another company. And acquiring a company with large amounts of assets, especially warehouses, could be very valuable for them in expanding their e-commerce network. For fucking $800 million, you get $8 billion worth of assets. It's a pretty fucking sweet deal. If it's not RC or GameStop, though, is that bad? Not for BBBY shareholders. If it's a buyout, when would we find out? When it's reported? Don't forget that you can buy large blocks of calls without reporting ownership. Because calls are not representative of ownership. You can then exercise them and own a bunch of shares all at once. Surprise. You see if the Genie seems to be moving independently of the SPY? A little bit. It's a little more volatile than the SPY is. 1 second. Also, for the people listening in, the SPY does seem to be influencing our upside a little bit more than our downside. How would GME have the capital to drive the price down this hard while buying, though? What do you mean? Leverage. They have $1 billion. How much leverage you can get on $1 billion? A lot. Why is MOASS improbable for the next few months? Short squeezes are always improbable. The, the possibility is highest in the next few months. They could keep it as a. I have no idea how they would handle that. They could keep it as a separate entity. They could rebrand it. They probably aren't buying it anyway. It's most likely someone else, but it's a possibility. There's an advantage, right? That's all you can do is find out who stands to gain the most. And then of the people that stand to gain the most, who's in the best position to facilitate it? It's really not tinfoil hat. I mean, there's precedent for this, and it's in line with, what Cohen's plans appear to be. Like, we already know Cohen's strategy, right? You buy a company with high debt, large short positions. That buyout triggers a squeeze. You capitalize on the new higher share price, eliminating the debt. Free debt-free company. And that's the playbook, right? So you have BBY at a $20 cost basis. What's your target selling price? I think the company currently is worth at least, if they're gonna make a move to clear their debt, I think it's worth about $40 a share. 30 to $40 a share. And the volatility caused by a move to realize that price could see prices far higher. Debt cleared long term, increase in cash flow, I could see it being even more. Why'd you choose 15 for your BBBY call? I have them at 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40. So the $15 ones aren't the only ones I have. There's some of them. Redbox being acquired by Chicken Soup for the Soul for 0.8, it's 8 cents shares per Redbox share owned. Oh, okay, 0.87. Huh, that's interesting. So if they bought out BBY and sold Bye Bye Baby as RC proposed, that would be a killer deal for all their assets. Yeah, and the interesting thing is the Bye Bye Baby assets are minimal, right? They kind of piggyback on the back. They they piggyback on the BBBY assets, right? So their logistics network is still all BBBY, and the baby stores are leased. They're not owned. So while baby generates tons of revenue, it's also just doing it on the back of Bed Bath and Beyond's already purchased assets. Heck, RDBX. I really don't care about it that much. Why do I need to check it? Like, what confirmation do you need from me? It's moving up. They're being bought out, supposedly, right? Barrow's running also. I mean, Redbox already, it might just be moving to the buyout ratio range, which looks like it's going to be about $6 something. If there's a squeeze, it would be far later. If you buy a lot and not odd lots, will it still go into dark pools? It can still be internalized because Citadel's the DMM. It may not go to dark pools, but it can be internalized. Keep talking bullish. Bobby likes it. Girk Looker here. What made you buy the dip this morning? Was it something technical you saw or based off news? Thanks in advance for the knowledge. I bought because it was a dip and it looked like it was, I mean, the technicals look good for a turnaround, right? We're seeing stagnant price action and higher volume. We saw the volume spike here and here. Indicative of a turnaround, and then we saw, large volatility on the next candle. I was already planning a buy-in for this round of FTDs. We have ETF FTDs over the next six trading days. Historically, these lead to price improvement of 12 to 15%. I don't like Gatorade. Sitting on 1,000 BBY at 1675, still an options novice but improving. Worried that any CC attempts will lead to me getting a part-time job at BBY due to just being assigned. Just hold. I would for now. I'm not selling covered calls on it either, and I really want to because I want to drop my cost basis as it's kind of high. But yeah, I'm just holding for now. The situation over there is just a bit strange, and the risk reward for selling covered calls is non-existent. Like there's almost no reward for selling them while risking your shares. So yeah, I'm just holding. GameStop was in a similar situation last November. Like there was no benefit to selling covered calls on the share ownership, and it was picking up so much volatility that it was not really desirable to get assigned. Hmm. I have both leaps and August calls on BBBY. My leaps aren't as diverse in their strikes though. I just have leaps at 20, 25, 30, and 40. That's doing good. I have limit purchases for cat calls, so I uh should get a buy pretty soon. Gotta be getting close. No, not yet. Up to you. Sell. I don't know how to pronounce that. Message. Is that Polish? That language makes no sense when it's written down. I'm not ignoring you, bipolar bear. It's valued at 0.87. James. What if instead of a stock split, they issue ShamWows post BBY acquisition as a dividend? That would be insane. I'd have so many ShamWows. Do you need a lot of ShamWows? Are they for the goats? They sold all their puts on BBBY. Interesting. Long flip? That's big news. They did that on GameStop, remember? Who sells puts in a bear market? Yeah, I think the SPY will continue its uptrend. Going through juicy premium withdrawal syndrome. Any advice on how to deal with it? Don't worry, it'll come back. The juicy premiums will be there to be captured when they're at their best. Max expires when they're juiciest. Oxy doing well. Great earnings and revenue. Strong oil price helping. Yeah. Cost basis on BBY is under 15. Am I doing this right? It's very good. Expecting BBY to get slammed back down or slow ups after all this suppression. If it's true accumulation, we should see that play out, right? So we should see probably another extreme low, um, where we see more block orders coming in, and then usually a realization of move upwards would be expected after the period of accumulation. It does look very much like it's accumulating. Remember, with all that selling, there's a buyer. I haven't typed anything for a while, but stop ignoring me too. Okay. 0.087? That's not a very good deal. I don't think that's what I saw. I thought I saw 0.87. You sell your rig calls, the closer dated ones, yeah. I had them for May 20th, and they were just losing too much theta. But I have ones further out. How is rig doing today, actually? Up a little bit. I like the Junes, but I really like the Augusts. Like August 450 is the one I've been buying most of lately. Honestly, leaps probably aren't really that bad either. Was the 8.9 target a specific subset you were looking at? No, that was the analyst target. 0.4. So if they manage to avoid a squeeze in the next few months, they've won. Define one. And that depends on a lot of factors. Went through FTDs on a lot of companies, and March had insanely high FTD numbers compared to any other month this year. Yeah. One in the sense that MOASS is dead. Uh, I mean, not necessarily. I don't really like your approach to that logic. they haven't really won in the sense that they've killed MOASS. If they win, it's because MOASS wasn't possible in the first place. Can you explain how MOASS is overall at making a sandwich? They won January 28th, 2021. I think it was more March, but yeah, to an extent. March and the share offering, not so much January. They were still under a ton of pressure at that point. I do agree that it's a war of attrition, but is it so much a war, or are interests more aligned than we thought? Like, the data all points to just manipulation of the asset for the purpose of profiting on volatility. This leads to exorbitant short positions, but they're short-lived. It also leads to, quarterly price increases. Does this mean that the MOASS theory was wrong all along? There's aspects of it which aren't incorrect, but there are aspects of it which were grossly misunderstood. Back from 3 weeks in BVI without solid internet. Did you catch me up? Ouchie down downs hurt a lot worse while on vacation. Love Cardi. We're just nearing the bottom of the cycle. We have a little bump and then a little lower low, and move into the next OPEX period. Cardi VWAP. You know how it goes. We're doing it again, running it back for quarterly run number 7. With pieces of obligations, spread some FUD, 2 pieces of swaps layered in FTDs, sprinkle some buy and hold, etc. No one's packing shit up. That's the misunderstanding. Is, the people who shout MOASS buy and hold the loudest are likely the ones that are going to sell. Not the people making money on GameStop have no incentive to sell. Why the fuck would we sell? We're all making money off of it. We buy calls at the bottom. We sell covered calls at the top. Let's fucking go. Manipulate us harder, daddy. We're in it for the longest haul. There's no selling here, shills. Just generating capital and increasing the size of our positions. You know, sometimes if you just gently apply some mechanical manipulation to your position, it'll get bigger and harder. The lottery is a tax on hope. Are we talking about dicks again? When are we not? Honestly. Cenis, dicks, all of it. That's what people from Superstock don't seem to get. And I don't know if it was like the anti-options horse shit that was so predominant for so long, or they really just can't get past their blind rage to realize what we're doing here. Made over 3K so far in May selling CCs. Looking for the top to sell more. Thanks to the knowledge, Girk. Manipulate me harder, daddy. Thank you so much, CC me harder. You know, we're selling CCs for credit when they drop the price of our stock. And you know, we're using that credit to buy calls at the bottom and shares. And then we're selling those at the top and selling CCs again. I mean, nowhere in this fucking cycle are we selling our GameStop shares. So I would argue we're even more bullish because we're still buying more and in greater numbers. While you leak your fucking 1/10 of your paycheck into your computer share account every week. They believe that selling anything is helping the shorts, and at the same time, they're afraid of missing MOASS. Okay. How do you miss MOASS? I think MOASS would be pretty fucking obvious. Aren't there some people who lost their shares selling covered calls? Yeah, sure, and then they just bought them back and nothing changed. Nice, Wagner. Nice drop in your fucking cost basis. I'm offended by that statement. I leaked 10% of my paycheck into the Nancy Pelosi ETF. That's not a nice way to talk about Nancy Pelosi's husband. Made $100 this morning. Am I a stock savant now? Did you just like try to ghost my plays? If you did, no. If you did it on something else, congratulations. Probably people like me didn't have the ability to buy it back. Got stuck with a call for months. I won't get assigned and ended up missing the peak. Stuck with a call for months, so I won't get assigned. I'm confused as to what you mean. You couldn't buy back your covered call, but you didn't get assigned. How do you get... Why would you sell a covered call for months out? 30 to 45 DTE at most. Here's a fun fact. Every covered call in the history of GameStop sold on a peak, sold on a quarterly peak, would never be assigned. Even in the money. And Spy's doing okay. Appreciate if you could work in the phrase dry powder. You talked about a play the hedge funds could do to deal with the split, where they run the price before the split for ETF liquidity, etc. Update on this? Thanks. I wrote a DD on it. Somebody. It's called Great Expectations. There's no update on it. The price is still low. We're in the like low end of the cycle right now. They think that MOASS will come out of the blue with no warning signs. Like the stock goes from 90 to 1,000 within 2 seconds. Yeah, that's stupid. I mean, it could happen, but the clearinghouses will never allow it, right? They would just halt it until more orders came in. If it keeps gapping up like that, then yeah, that you might see it actually start to. But you'd have multiple opportunities to get in. Box spreads? That's when you buy a bull call spread and a bear put spread, right? It's like an arbitrage strategy. I don't really know if very many retail traders are in a position to do that. Also, the commissions are kind of high and are shitty. Eh. Conspiracy theory about short hedge funds attacking options and promoting computer share makes more sense than any of the other ridiculous ones that Superstonk promotes. At least there's incentive for them to do both of those things. It's going all right, Segan. How you doing, man? Did you catch the ES bounce? I wish ATP Fidelity ATP had an indicator called peak of a run. I mean, we kind of have an idea of when and where that will occur. It's been reliable so far. Saw your inverse split highlight. Is that just a fun mental exercise? Or do you think it actually has some weight? It's definitely compelling now that the price is so low. A split now seems less optimal. You know, at first it was a fun thought exercise, but I'm seeing more validity in it. I'm gonna write a like a kind of a speculative DD on it this weekend, but I see some potential. I'll talk more about it in the DD because I want to kind of get all my thoughts down in one place first. Because first I have to convince myself it's not complete bullshit, right? Jimmy will create a new company and will give securities to shareholders. How do they even come up with this? Hope is a hell of a drug. Victor, you've been asking me if Tesla's dead for like days now. It's dead. It's done. It's gonna be dead for a while. Are you streaming AMC earnings? Fuck you, JFresh. They pushed the price down to 70 before the meeting. A reverse split doesn't sound that crazy. No, it doesn't. I mean, it's crazy for a stock that trades at $70 to reverse split. Most reverse splits that occur in the market are to prevent delisting. Show me the Tesla chart. Don't you have a brokerage? It's it's fucked. Heading back to 730 fast. If you think Amazon's going to lose like $300 billion and Tesla's going to be A-okay, no. Tesla's not going to trade at those multiples in a stagnant or bear market. Not going to happen. I told you Burry was early, Carl. I expect to see more of GME's bounce tomorrow. Jettle. How much capital would you recommend having before getting into any options plays? Accounts with over $5,000 tend to have a higher success rate if risk is appropriately managed. Is being early on puts a bad thing? I mean, yeah, because they're a depreciating asset. Thanks for the offer, but I'm not looking to be a Discord mod at this point. I didn't offer you moderatorship. Velvet Jupiter. I know for a fact you would abuse that position of power. Like Carl. And I can only have so many moderators abusing their power at once. We're still looking forward to May 20th for some possible upside. If we were looking forward to anything, it would be May OPEX, and I really don't think it's gonna run. Admit you think I would be a good mod. You may have your day in the sun if I ever decide to end this all J-Fresh. I know HD is a steal at these prices, but do you have any thoughts on time frame for calls? I wouldn't buy short-dated ones. You could DCA. Per share price is high on Home Depot, though. Thanks, Teddy. Gaff would be a peak mod. He's the ultimate contrarian. What day do ETF obligations end? The 19th. The ETF FTD is not obligations. It's different. ETF FTDs end on the 19th. From the run. The only thing sketchier than wanting to be a mod is everyone knowing you'd be a terrible mod. If we don't run for May OPEX, will we only run post-split announcement or maybe closer to the ex-dividend date? No, I'd expect us to run for June OPEX. When was I ever bullish on MOASS millions? I can't remember a time when I said MOASS millions were highly likely. The possibility was there, but I've never really considered like floors of 69 million to be real. I feel like I've been very clear on that. Yas T, you do realize your comment just said he was banned for disagreeing with the subreddit's group thing? That's the truth. And while a lot of other people disagreed with it, nobody else had the fucking balls to say something about it. I remember you saying there's a good chance of the price going past 1 million. I said if we hit 100,000, the price could go past 1 million. You know, it's all recorded. Like, everything I've said is recorded. You can just go look. I was more bullish on the idea of a short squeeze last year before we understood that, you know, ETFs provided infinite liquidity. Before we knew there were swaps and GameStop short positions have been deferred into long-term derivatives. But if your perspective doesn't change when presented with new information, then you're just being ignorant. You're denying the information provided to you because you can't cope with the information going against what you want to believe. You know, so do that, see how it works out for you, and I'll do my thing. How's that sound? Thanks, Lugs. You're the only constant I have in my life. I appreciate that, man. You also said those high numbers are unlikely, if not impossible, with swaps in place. I did. We just want a Lambo, that's all. You know, there's always the Wendy's dumpster. I hear rates are going up because of inflation. Jimmy gets past 999,999 a share. How likely is it we hit 1 million? You let new information change your mind? Heretic, I know. Like how long is SS gonna stay in denial of all the data that's been presented to them? Forever? No. It's already bleeding off and dying. No cults last forever unless they all drink the Kool-Aid. You think the cycles are totally optional? Yeah. For the most part. There could be, they may not have a choice but to perpetuate them due to total return swaps, but we have no way of proving that parabolic. So it's possible the cycles aren't totally optional. But I think, you know, they could be significant. I think the fact that they, let me phrase this exactly the way I want to say it. While they may not be totally optional, the managing of those positions is profitable. So in a way, even if they're not optional, it's linked. But theoretically, they could drop profiting off of, you know, the whatever requirements may underlie this, which would reduce the volatility of the cycles, right? They would kind of die down. So so it doesn't really matter essentially if the driving force is essential or not. It's kind of what I'm trying to get at there. Either way, they'll continue. If it's purely greed and profitability, that will perpetuate it. for as long as that remains a possibility. And if it's essential, then that will perpetuate the greed. So it's just it's not gonna they're not gonna stop either way unless they have to, or unless something stops it, regulation change or something like that. You shouldn't be drinking that much Kool-Aid each day. Your feet will die. I'm on here on behalf of Super Stonk. You guys are shills and bots, and I'm allergic to pickles. Thanks, Warden is my girlfriend. It's the worst physical pain you've ever endured. I broke my femur once. That was really bad. I don't know. I mean, if GameStop squeezes, whatever price the government allows it to hit is the price it'll hit, Dugston. There's still no cap on a Black Swan event. Is the theory of time lag applicable to rate hikes? In order to say that unless supply issues are solved, it will take a while for demand inflation to increase. I mean, I think demand is dropping and supply is already increasing. You know, all the supply chain, they're trying to ramp up supply side and manufacturing, but demand is dropping at the consumer level. I think we'll just see like I've discussed this a few times, Teddy, but I think we're just going to see like a bullwhip effect on inflation as more and more of these products start making their way through the supply chain to the consumers, and the consumers are no longer interested in buying them. Those of us working physically demanding jobs that will never own a home find the lack of MOASS to be seriously depressing. I know. It's it's not without a heavy heart that I say these things. It's because I think someone needs to say something now before it's too late. I think people need to take that exposure that they've had to the market for the last year and the things they've learned, and they need to utilize that as a new skill set. And I think they need to use that to improve their lives. So maybe they will own a home one day. Maybe they will have their own business, or get out from under the yoke of employment. Because I do think that's possible. Also, will we see deflation? Probably, because like everything else, right? Volatile upsides and inflation usually snap back to a deflationary economy, which is also terrible. I think the goal of whoever is suppressing Bed Bath & Beyond wants to get it to 10. Are we reading the books you recommend? There's several books that I recommend. The only ever. 4 specifically. I recommend applying your knowledge in a paper account and getting comfortable with that. Track your progress. I mean, even though most of the plays are kind of shit and short-lived and not GameStop, there's no doubt that over the last year, retail has learned to identify opportunity in the stock market far better than ever before. It helps that, everything's over short and little squeezes happen all over the place, but people are on top of it like they've never been. You lose money on covered calls when the stock's done nothing but drop. It's okay. You'll figure it out. I think people need to realize that there's 100% free way of averaging down, sell the cycles, buy the dips, but that doesn't fit the buy, hold, DRS narrative. Yeah. I mean, the buy, hold narrative, which was around long before buy, hold, and DRS, was pushed with the understanding that shorts had to buy your shares. And this isn't untrue, right? In a sense. Except we now know they really don't. They can perpetuate this forever, regardless of what you do with your shares. They don't need them. And we wouldn't have really understood that aspect of it until, DRS. And in investigating the effect that DRS would have on the stock, we realized that, you know, what you do with your shares doesn't fucking matter. As long as GameStop is held within ETFs, there are infinite shares of GameStop. Now, does that mean they want to cover an $8 short at fucking $90? Absolutely not. So that original core thesis doesn't change. But it's not that they're not covering at $90 because they can't. They're not covering at $90 because it's $90. Yeah, diesel prices are crazy right now. What do you think about the Luna UST thing this morning? That's partially tanking crypto. I saw it. Well, you know, if they're pulling money out of tech and growth and speculation, right? And they're sitting on the sidelines waiting for a crash, they're absolutely going to pull money out of their most speculative assets, which are crypto. Crypto is pure speculation. It has no intrinsic value whatsoever. James Rowland stealing your DD again on Twitter. Figures. What happens at 100% DRS, even if a year away? It's like 12 years away. Right. Also, not much. It's not going to force any covering. I just don't want to talk to the people who want to say, oh, well, what about when we lock the float? So I tell them to come back at 98% because I know that'll never happen. Why bother arguing with those who are willfully ignorant? Luna was orchestrated related to the whole UST depegging. Whoever did it very much understands crypto, and it was a brilliant play. I don't know that much about Luna. I know it was dropping. A bunch of people brought it to my attention. But, I mean, crypto will still be sold off. If there's a market crash, there will be a sell-off in crypto. Whether it backs stable coins or not. Really want to hear your perspective. When are ETF FTD is likely to surge GME up to 120-ish then? Later this week into next week. Provided that we can beat the drag of the market. But usually the first couple days of these independent ETF FTDs, or mostly independent ETF FTDs, don't have a strong realized effect. It kind of peaks around the midpoint of the like 6 trading days that we see them. You planning to buy more shares anytime soon? Not really. I'll probably start selling CSPs pretty soon if we can manage to hold these resistances. What's up, AP? GME will never be pulled from ETFs. Cardano is valued at more than coin now. Interesting. Do you think we have further downside before the impact of FTDs? I mean, I think today we're going to mostly follow market trends. Today's only the first day, though. If we see, you know, a decent bump in the SPY or a sustained bump in the SPY, I think we'll see some improvement. But after the drop over the last few days, um, you know, it's perfectly reasonable that this will kind of chop a bit. We have more economic data coming out throughout the end of this week as well, which will influence market prices. I have set forth the risks associated with playing ETF FTDs on this. It may not come to fruition, or at least not significantly. So, you know, everyone is warned. They know, but that's all I can do. Not today. It's not even the right month for that yet. Chicken Tender Daddy. When we describe OPEX begins on the monthly options expiration. The realization of that is T plus 2, and then that can continue on if there's enough price movement during this period to cause, you know, a positive delta hedge, as, you know, uh, the velocity of that movement kind of wears itself out. Is it going to hold Jimmy through CFDs rather than shares? Probably not. CFDs are highly manipulated. Lose money on the spread. Huge Steve, thanks for all the edutainment, man. My first successful real money option trade was in Jan. Can you all believe I'm still alive? Wouldn't have made it without the knowledge from this community. Y'all are great. Thank you so much, Huge Steve. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I wouldn't sell CCs into the shareholders meeting. So, you know, depending on price action next week, say we see a peak at like, you know, 105 to 115, selling a CC here for the expiration before the shareholders meeting, which would be the 27th, probably isn't too bad. Selling it June 3rd, pretty fucking risky. Did you buy May 95s, 100s? I have May 95, 100, and 105, and I have June 90, 95, and 100. Speaking of which, I think we see our low by around 527. I mean, if we repeat this, yeah, we'll see a bump for what, 5 days? Stabilization through the end of that week, and then a drop into the shareholders meeting. So in the Discord, someone mentioned that RC would only potentially see gains from his large options position only if BBBY runs in June due to theta decay and his long dated out of the money calls. Thoughts? False. He bought those calls super fucking cheap. I mean, they're cheaper now, but he bought them very, very cheap and at very low IV. I think IV is still higher now than it was when he bought them. My cost basis is 91. I haven't seen my position in the red in a while. You mean since 2 months ago? I already answered that, Yunes. I don't think so. What do you think would be the advantage to holding GME through a CFD? Do you just, I mean, do you just want the leverage? How long do you think it will take BBY to realize a value of $30? I mean, it hit like $28 like a few weeks ago. More shares to the same money. Yeah, but, you know, manipulated bid asks. Plus borrow rate. Which I don't know what they are in Europe. I don't know what the rate to hold those CFDs open is, but you get CCs for GME. I mean, just calls? A CC is a covered call. A long call is just a call. If it helps, one is a short call, the other is a long call. How far out is recommended? If you're trying to sell like the peak of OPEX? Like 30 days? I'm doing fine. Hodge. Options give you the same rights as shareholders, or do you have to exercise first? You'd have to exercise. U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission to scrutinize derivative products that can create system-wide risks during times of market stress. Oh, I'm glad they're getting on top of that. Scrutinize doesn't mean they're going to do anything about it. Smooth. For example, use CFDs to buy GME now, resell at 110, and then short it back down before selling again and buy again. Yeah, you could do that. We don't have CFDs in the US, so I don't really use them very often, nor am I familiar with their cost to carry. I know there's a lot of slippage in them because the brokers manipulate the bid ask, so I'd be careful. You really need to see a significant price movement for them to be worthwhile. Yeah, I got calls this morning. More. I bought some last night too. And just now, I bought a few more. Just buying the bottom. We're supposed to take a call while put costs nothing. Okay. MC back below $11, right where it should be. Still overpriced at prices above zero, but it'll die eventually. Expect Jimmy to put in a lower low? Not particularly. I think if we see a lower low, like something sub high 80s, it'll be in a couple of weeks. Why are we not tracking the SPY upside? We are a little bit, just not a lot. Also, the SPY is just not up that much. It's only up 74 basis points today. It had a nice like early morning bump and then it just fell back off again. So it's really not even. It's only trading moderately above its close yesterday. It's not rallying. It's not like active funds are chasing the upside right now. You share some things you can be positive about. GME's likely going to go up, and it's currently cheap compared to its potential upside. Why do you think the MSM are keep bashing GME? Because they don't want FOMO. FOMO drives volatility, and especially during these periods of time where their goal is to crush IV. They don't want people YOLOing in and bumping IV costs. They need those IV costs nice and low so they can enter their swap positions cheaply. If you look at, the news cycle on GameStop, it follows very much our trend in the stock, with it being most bearish on the dip when they need to keep FOMO out, and then you start to see bullish news articles published about GameStop shortly before we run when they profit off of the upside. When they want IV pumped. Oil on a tear, Oxy daily high. I know. I own a bunch of it. It's awesome. Have you changed your thoughts on holding GME and WeBull? No. I still only have I only have like 200 shares in WeBull, right? Yeah. I'm at 5 shares. Sorry, Dan Almighty. You could go back through like Motley Fool and look at all of their bullish GameStop articles versus their negative sentiment articles, and it's very indicative of how they're using media to manipulate their position. For those of us that understand the cycle, they can't shed us, right? But they can keep new investors out until they want them to get in, right? And then they get in and then they get burned, which is great for them because that ensures that they'll be out. Coinbase may be going bankrupt soon. Just moved all my crypto out of there. Interesting. I usually move all my crypto to like wallets, but I do think I actually have some in Coinbase right now. Lost $500 million in Q1. Interesting. I haven't been able to tune in much lately. What dates are you looking at for May, June, Jamie calls? For June, I'm targeting like August when they open up. Primarily, possibly some July. For May, I don't really expect anything to happen. I might carry some like early July calls into May in case they do run it, but I don't think they're going to. Well, Coffee Boy, it depends on the type of swap. Mini swaps are just positional hedges, but you know, you can also be short variance, long variance, short volatility, long volatility. All of these are profitable on moves in the underlying and capturing uh or protecting um arbitrage plays within the options chain. But think of them just like big options. You've asked me twice now. Um, can I get your thoughts on 95C for July on AMD? Mm, hmm. 25C July. Yeah, probably okay. High or low on this too. I wouldn't say it's too risky. I'd set a risk on it though. Like if it's gonna drop below 90, I'd probably want to be out of it. We still have large put positions in place right now. The puts slipped a little bit, but they're still high. I think put call ratio is still at 1.1. It was one of the other reasons I didn't expect a lot of price improvement today. Heard the GME swap agreements were made against crypto. Who told you that? That sounds made up. They're not. CFTC reported most of the swaps that are open on GameStop currently. Although we can't look back further. They're not made on crypto. You can use crypto as collateral to an extent. Now a good time to buy more X. How's it doing? 1 second. Um, yeah, it's still at a good entry point, I think. Why off? Still a thing? What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Less is more. Put another 1K in because I over leveraged myself in BBY. I wanted to play Jimmy options. Ended up putting half of it in more BBY. What is wrong with me? Do you think the SPY can keep pushing up? Maybe. Uh, it's trying. Appreciate the content. Could you game out the possible scenarios when the dividend goes through? What do you mean? The dividend's not even announced yet. Why would I try to game out possible scenarios at this point? And I already have extensively. Short crude, same as free money. Long short crude, probably. Lots of traffic in here today. Trolls. Probably just people worried about the stock price being low, for the most part. You look like somebody who's watched the GME ticker a lot. Yeah, I know, Dork. You too, man. That's the first thing I thought when I saw you, was this guy watches the ticker a lot. All good, Colin. There's a bunch of clips on it. After these next 2 weeks of possible upside for GMA, do you think they will? It's not 2 weeks, it's 6 days. Do you think they will drop it back to these levels again? Yes. Charles Gaspartino said on Twitter that retail is dumping and it's over for GMA. Do we sell? I'm confused. Are you? After this long? Greg, Sage of Nebraska. Where's the troll from yesterday who said white people don't run the country? I missed that guy. I don't know. I'm sure he's around somewhere. His name is Popstern Trader. He's the greatest trader of our generation. For sure, Colin. Have you had Angela's in South Philly? No, I don't think so. Isn't it odd that you can't buy August or September calls for GMA? No, they're not open yet. They're monthly, so why would they be open? GMA's on JJow. So July, October are open, but for the off months like May, August, November, these don't open until like August will open near the close of May. November will open near the close of August. I joined late to the stream, but I heard that's interesting. Hold on. I got to try to remember that thought while I read this Ko-Fi. 1 second. Good late to the stream. I heard you say that nothing will happen in May. So why did you buy short-term GME calls? I'm just speculating on the ETF FTD bump that we usually see at this point in the cycle. They're not for OPEX. They're May 20th calls and June 17th. I guess the June 17 calls could see exposure to May OPEX run, but I'm not gonna hold them that long. They're just for the next like few trading days to see if we get some realization from ETF FTDs, and then if we don't, I'm just closing them. What was I gonna? Oh, I just had like an idea that was really kind of interesting when I was writing out that options cycle. Here's a something to chew on, which now I'm wondering about. I wonder if the exposure cycle was always on the quarterlies, but it was simply covered on the off months because this is when options interest on GameStop is at its lowest. Since GameStop is JJow, or sorry, Jan, April, October. So this is GMA. This is our covering cycle. GME options interest should be the highest on these months because these are the contracts open the longest, right? So I wonder if we've always run on JJow, but they cover on F-Man because options interest is at its lowest. Because these contracts aren't open as long. Huh. Flip it? Oh, yeah, I wouldn't want other YouTube and Twitter content creators not to have access to that information. If you, Cores, and Lou were roommates, who'd get the master bedroom? I'd move the fuck out. Anticipation of this upcoming cycle, A18-ish, what type of calls would you recommend to someone newish to calls? I would recommend that someone learn enough about calls before trying to play them that they wouldn't need to ask me that question. Where can I educate myself and gain some wrinkles on this CC strategy? Just look up how to sell covered calls, Bob. Maybe taking a week off is what we need. I don't do breaks. What day of the week is your favorite? They're all the same, right? I don't like Sundays because things close early and that's annoying. There's no reason for them to close early. They just do. If you were to recommend specific calls for someone who has zero risk management and embraces a laissez-faire attitude towards cash, which ones would you suggest? It's not like you're gonna listen to me anyway, Pop Saren. You look at my DM on Discord. You didn't DM me on Discord. DK. Tagging me in something is not DMing me. I'm tagged in like 900 fucking things on the. But you send me a DM. From a while ago, RC's BBY calls 60C are green, but the 75C and 80Cs are red now due to trading lower. Okay. So he's still doing good on the 60s. I'll latch on to ridiculous suggestions you make and go full port. What would explain the late March GME run? But that's quad witching. Byronic. It's not MJSD. Would then MJSD not JJO? S&P's on MJSD for its rebalancing. I don't know. I need to think about it more. What would be the most likely time frame for MOASS if it were to happen? A share recall? That's the most likely catalyst. When is this OPEC cycle over? Before the earnings call? May OPEC's would be over on May 24th. And 20, not 24th. Is it 24th? 25th. $95 CCs for the 27th, too greedy. It's a little greedy, yeah. I wouldn't sell them that deep in the money. I definitely wouldn't sell covered calls sub 100. No, the account's closed. He just owes money. It's on Roblox, the game, not the stack. It's like a children's, like a small children's game, right? If we do get a share recall, which we wouldn't now, and we run to like 300, would you get out? No, I would just sell a shitload of covered calls. Full port into covered calls. If I full port into covered calls at 300, my cost basis would be like 40, maybe even like high 30s pre-split. Just fucking nuts. I'm not very incentivized to sell my GameStop shares at prices like sub $500. Yeah, you gotta wait for those GFEs to fall off. That's annoying. I usually just open a different account when that happens. Yeah, DK, you still didn't DM me. If you full port into CCs at 300, how deep in the money would you sell? It would depend on how far past gamma max we'd traded and if gamma neutral had spiked. But if gamma neutral spiked and we were significantly above gamma maximum, or yeah, at the time, then I would probably sell, I don't know, 20% in the money. I would feel comfortable with. I don't need to take a lot of risk there, right? I mean, you could sell further in the money, but why? Do you regret exercising in March? No. I mean, with the premium, the price was still way lower than this. I think the 90s were like at this price. The the 85s were cheap as fuck. Are you talking about are you talking about the CSPs or the calls that I exercised? The calls I exercised? No, not really. I mean, it didn't raise my cost basis that much. I think I more than covered them with covered calls already. Just free shares, right? I mean, if they try to run the price up in order to get sufficient liquidity to cover FTD's post split in ETFs, yeah, I could see us hitting new highs. They really have to push the price up to get that much liquidity. I'm not a big fan of mac and cheese that has toppings that aren't just cheese or mac. Like, I don't like it when people put fucking like bacon in their mac and cheese. Lobster's okay, but lobster's just always good. You surprised we're down 5% since the spy's flat? Not really. Girk, I hate money. Is this a good time to buy into AMC? No. You don't like jalapenos in your mac and cheese? Are you talking about those disgusting pickled ones that come out of jars? Or like I mean, if you're gonna put some like roasted jalapeno in there, that's just kind of part of the sauce, right? I don't want just jalapenos like littered over the top of it though. That's disgusting. What are they, fucking nachos now? Like shitty Midwest nachos? Lobster's better than crab. Crab, I don't like crab that much actually. It's okay, but I don't like that weird, like sweet flavor the meat has. It fucking grosses me out. This isn't fucking 2016. You don't need to pretend like bacon's a fucking religion anymore. Why do you need breadcrumbs on your See, people put breadcrumbs on their mac and cheese because they don't know how to toast the top of their mac and cheese properly. If if you're cooking your mac and cheese properly, the variation in texture will come from the upper layer. If you really want to fucking next level your mac and cheese, you toast the upper layer, you get that cheese nice and brown and bubbly, and then you mix it all up and do it again. We get an illustration of that. Any thoughts on AMC dropping below the price where it became a hedge against GME on 5/24/21? Could this be significant? It could be, actually. You mean before they ran it long? Although we've seen more and more divergence from AMC's price action recently. There's still a high degree of correlation, but it's less now. Twice crisped mac and cheese. I like it. It's so much better than covering your pasta with bread. Wouldn't Elvira card? Definitely not in the month of May. Maybe June. Although I suspect if I keep getting asked about it, never. Also, there is no card for it yet. It's simply a photo. Halloween? Someone's goal is max shareholding after a run with limited cash on hand. It would make more sense to exercise deep in the money 35-45 DTE and use further dated deep in the money calls to pay for the shares, or reverse. You can do that. I mean, that's what I did. I sold options, exercised some other ones, kept some profits. You know, the usual. It's nice to have out of the money options on a run because you can then sell those and exercise deep in the money options. Gamma neutral spike as a means to predict the peak of a run work for any stock or just GME? Probably not very many stocks. Maybe some. They have to be illiquid enough for it to matter. GameStop, remember, price action's heavily controlled by its options hedging. How do you feel about pasta salad? It's define it. Are you talking about putting vinegar on pasta and mayonnaise? Because that's disgusting. Some people just assume all cold pasta dishes are pasta salad. That's not true. What price is achievable for GME? 500 plus without MOASS? That's possible. I mean, future valuations could bring it beyond that with our current float. That's on French onion soup. Phenomenal. Also, the best way to get rid of stale bread. Caramelizing massive batches of onions isn't super fun, though. I like to crush flaming hot Cheetos, mix in some water to make a paste, then rebake, and immediately throw that in the garbage. Nice. I think Cavatelli's like one of the best mac and cheese noodles. Any tips on how to get out of AMC and minimize loss? I made 5K in June, made 450 on the last one, made 800 in CC so far. I'm down 4,400 at the moment. Any top tips on how to get out of this, minimizing losses? Uh, I mean, hopefully you're able to close out on the next upside if there's a next upside. Otherwise, cutting your losses is doing just that. They're pressing you to leave my lobster allergy story. I don't think I saw it. I didn't see it. Oh. You can't calculate GME ETF FTD exposure. It's impossible. And you're trying to do it based on the weighting of the stock in the ETF. That's also not correct. And I don't open Google Docs on my computer. But you're essentially trying to predict something, but you're missing all of the data. Reported fails aren't sufficient. Also, GameStop's in 105 ETFs, which I don't think you analyzed all of. That's it. I hope that helps. DK. Gross vinegar mayo salads. How do you feel about Midwestern fruit salads that are just canned fruit, jello, and creamy sweet sauces? They're disgusting. I mean, how do you think I would feel about them? Yeah, you should be able to exit in the next one. What's all that JP Morgan BBBY 13F I DM'd you? Oh, about them shedding their puts? It's bullish. Also, I don't know if you DM'd it to me. Where is it? Oh, this? Looks like they sold. I mean, we knew they sold their shares. Or did they? That's weird. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, so they shed their puts. They did the same thing on GameStop in like January, remember? When like JP Morgan was like, "Oh, we're looking at squeeze conditions." And then all the primes pulled their puts on GameStop. How's your hand? Still hurts really bad actually. It's a little better, but it's fucked up. Yeah, there's several problems with that. Oh, and lastly, the additional 3 days at the end of the ETF FTD cycle is because they can cash settle those FTDs, DK, and they have 2 to 3 days ACH transfer time. So after Reg T plays out, they can cash settle, and then there's an additional 3 days for the ETF to like buy back in. And depending on the ETF, because some have a 48 hour and some have a 72-hour ACH like allowance for that cash settlement. It depends. Like Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street have each individual ETF has its own like regulations as far as that's concerned. Um, it can offset or create some inaccuracy in like our expected FTD windows by like plus minus 1 day. They bought 1.1 million shares. Oh, okay. Nice. I think we're going to see a lot of institutions that sold the top of BBBY's last 2 runs buying back in at these prices. Welsh Rarebit. That's good. I've had that. It's intensely cheesy. Wooden calls. I might buy some more here in a minute. Did I miss mac and cheese talk? You did. It's okay. Shedding puts on BBY or GME? BBBY. The type of accumulation that I think we're seeing on BBBY is very like common with big bank position entries. So if it is like big primes repositioning on BBBY, then that price suppression tactic is in line with that. Would you just do simple calls or some sort of vertical or multi-option strategy? I mean, simple calls are sufficient, and less risk in trying to unwind. Also, because the spreads on GameStop can become so ridiculous, there's a lot of slippage in multi-leg strategies. But theoretically, if I was to start YOLOing into BBY, I'm not really YOLOing. I'm following big money. Yeah. GameStop just saved my life. I was out picking up a lawnmower for repair. And the guy had COVID. I put the Kirby hand sanitizer on. I bought a GameStop, and now I'm pretty sure I'm still holding. Nice, Ernie. Although, you do know that hand sanitizer doesn't act as a barrier to catching COVID. It's an airborne virus. Just a heads up. Corona mass ejection day gets you boosted. What if you inhale the sanitizer? It's probably not very good for your lungs. That's why I drink the sanitizer? Okay. More institutional ownership on BBY mean more possible price suppression when it does start to move? No. Drinking sanitizer causes massive diarrhea. Seriously. Wait, why do you know that? I got my 8th booster and now I'm fully vaccinated and 2 inches taller. MOASS confirmed. Ah. Horse dewormer less than worm dehorser. He once mentioned the first thing to do when opening a margin account is to sell far dated, out of the money puts. What? No. I definitely did not say that. That sounds very risky. You're just opening a margin account and immediately selling a bunch of far dated puts. That was not me. No, Pornhub I don't think is publicly traded. Will that be chasing if the stock is already at 100? Does it look like it's going to 100 right now? What are we supposed to do with all these margin accounts? Oh, Jesus. Sometimes. You said possible range 95 to 120. Yeah, that's what I'm banking on. But it's not moving yet. I don't expect it to move a lot today. If it moves, it'll move towards the end of the week into next week. And if I think it's not going to move, I'm just going to cut my losses. We don't see the expected FTD price action in the next 6 days. We hold your June calls for May OPEX? No. Thoughts on becoming a bag holder because they drop it down to the 70s and below again and keep it there. There's risk in every stock you buy. YouTube moved 1080p HD goodness down to 360p, and I've moved it back twice. Must be the solar flare incoming. Any other peeps in the stream getting the same stuff? Oh, I have no idea, but someone this morning commented when I told them that there were solar flares today. And um I wonder if the Fed wire is gonna go down again. Nice, Kyle. Hawaiian platypus. Yo, Gurk, I just want to say thanks to the entertainment every day. Honestly, I've lost money in the past month, but it's all been a learning experience and my own fault. Keep being you and ignore the haters. Aloha. Thanks, man. Sorry you lost money. That sucks. You get better at it. Who I back above 12 before May 20th? Thinking the puts at 12 are primarily sold. Yeah, I think they are too, Oni. I agree. A heavy number of those puts are sold. The some are bought, but it's not as significant as the sold puts. When I lose money, it's your fault. When I make it, it was all me. I know, Moon. I know how it works. What do you think of the theory that RC is going to buy the rest of his shares today? I think people are fucking stupid. And they don't have billions of dollars for that exact reason. The same people that think that that theory has any validity will never be billionaires. Because they think that theory has validity. $513.85 CSPs engaged. Don't care if assigned or free money. Either way, free money. Yeah, I'm on board with that, Posty. Especially if you have a higher cost basis. If you're bullish on a stock and you're selling CSPs below your cost basis, that's just a win-win, right? Either you collect premium or you get more shares cheaper. Especially if you would have just bought shares cheaper anyway. The risk in CSPs when you're bullish on the underlying is mostly in not getting assigned. Missing out on buying shares when you wanted to buy them. Not nailing the dip, if you will. I don't see why you would buy some shares at 108 but not at 88. Do you realize like how few shares he bought at 108 compared to the rest of his position? Also, at some point he had to offset the fact that they diluted the stock last June, right? Is that lower like by diluting the float, he lowers his controlling interest, which can present risk for a buyout. So, I mean, he'll buy sometimes, but it's very unlikely he's going to buy the rest of the stock he can buy. And if he does, he'll do it over years and other dilutions. And you think Biden removing tariffs will cause this and other Chinese stocks to rip? I mean, Baba's ready to rip on essentially any fucking news that comes in that's bullish for it at any given time. Having some 510 gang withdrawals. Spy gets 910 for that dive. 9 out of 10 for that dive. A lame day. All this CME talk, it's clear now that God must also be short GME. He's gonna be mad when I make more money than him, selling CCs and CSPs. Also, Tesla scalping was the play all along. Thanks, Girk. Careful with it. But yeah, it's very profitable. And you could also just lose everything quickly. I've had Tesla gap down $30 before on me, so, you know, be very careful with it. And there's no out. You just lost all your money. You're fucked. Stop or no stop. What's it called when people day trade CCs, sell them high, buy them low, and make money? Yeah, it's just trading. It's just called trading. Dan Philly, not Kirk Spillmayo guy. I mean, you do know that like your sold CC here is only slightly hedging your, downside here. You still own the underlying stock unless you get your cost basis to zero. This is still not a win. It's just better than you were doing before. Don't get in that mindset that, you're fucking $10,000 or let's see, 100 shares of Jamie is $8,800 right now. And you probably bought it at, 12,000. Don't act like your, 400 or $4 premium on a sold contract is making up for the drop in price of your stock. You're capitalizing on your long-term ownership. But if you're positionally in the red, you're still in the red. How rich would you be if you sold CCs in Jan and Feb? I did sell them in Feb. Well, March, early March. I sold my calls that I had in January. I didn't have that many shares of GameStop at that time. If I'd sold CCs on the June, August, and November runs, I'd have a lot of fucking money. Thank you for telling me to be patient for this drop. I didn't listen, but still, thanks. Remember everyone last week who was like, hey man, should I YOLO in now at 110? Plus, it feels good to lose less. Yeah. I mean, as long as you're bullish, it doesn't matter, right? Because you don't care about the near term price. But it is still, you're still down positionally. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I'm just, you know, trying to get you to, look at that situation the correct way, objectively. Why are people buying calls at GB right now? I bought some. Because when GME's going down, that's when you buy the dip, JFresh. When all the interest is dead and gone, no one wants to touch the stock with a 10-foot pole. That's the best time to buy. You're just highlighting a buy signal. Should they be buying Fridays? Fuck no. But they're going to, right? Like, you can lead a horse to water, but they're hard to drown. There was no fucking options interest for Feb 8th through 16th either. Not until we started moving. Yeah, if you're trying to play the ETF FTDs, the more theta you have, the better, because you can just bail on them if nothing happens. You'll still take a loss, but less of a loss. I have about 20K in June calls and about 5 in May. I'm willing to pretty much lose this, but this I'll cut off at a certain point. That wasn't reassuring at all, but thank you. It's not supposed to be. I'm not here to reassure you, hold your hand, or make you feel good. Selling CCs right now is a bad idea. You sell CCs when the stock is run, not when it's fucking dropping. Here are the best times to sell CCs in the cycle. All of this from here out to now, like here. Once we start getting into these ranges, bounces become a risk. We're trading very, very low. We're almost as low as we were trading before the March run up. Buy now or wait for the second dip you were talking about. Getting pretty cheap right now. It's a good question. I wonder if we'll have enough downside in the market on the second dip for it to reach these levels. Hear me out. Wallow in your sorrows, 2 McChickens from McDonald's and a cold brew from Dunkin' Donuts. Enjoy your day from the bathroom and clear your soul of negativity. Well, that won't work. Yeah, I'll probably buy Jan 950s. What's up, TV? You can technically sell 1300s. I can sell 95s. Do that right. Put in it. It's a shit. I hate WeBull sometimes. Convince me not to buy Peloton. Why? Why would you want to buy it? You think it's going to get acquired? It's very wishful. Poor is the financial equivalent of Make-A-Wish. When we hit the peak of the June run, it becomes time to sell CCs again. Is it better to sell deep in the money calls with 60 days of theta, buy back if needed when cheaper, or sell CCs weekly? I mean, if not deep in the money, but somewhat, like you could sell them like 20% in the money, with like 30 to 45 DTE, and then just buy them back cheaper. I wouldn't sell 60 days out. That's too much, and I wouldn't sell much beyond that. It would be kind of risky. You also have to confirm downside, which makes them a little less profitable than if you sold them at the peak in IV. Jimmy runs at least once per quarter. The challenge is buying the CC, the call on the dip. For the quasi-conservative options trader, no less than 3 months per call, ideally 4. Yeah. Although the peak of the dip doesn't ever tend to be very far from the run. Yeah, I meant to sell CCs, but I forgot that it fucking automates the sale of contracts on WeBull. So if you own contracts, it'll sell it before it sells a covered call. Fucking stupid. But I'll just buy them back tomorrow. It's not a big deal. Running, I went to buy additional chairs and sold a chunk just for those long-term capital. Just lost those long-term capital gains. First time for everything. That's rough. Yeah, this isn't that bad. That would be stinky. Stinky butt. Can your broker reverse the transaction? No. I mean, they won't. They'll just tell you to buy it back. You could, I guess you could call and try. I don't think so. Swedish DM for the win. This was like that time when GMA kept going down for 3 months and got worse and worse and eventually just popped back up 100%. Yeah. I mean, we're almost at the 2 month mark. That's what it's supposed to feel like. Before it settles, you can call to change the lot that sold to keep long-term gains. Oh, yeah, you actually can. I forgot about that. Yeah, get in touch with your brokerage. If you bought those shares back, get in touch with your brokerage and have them sell the new lot, right? It also should clear out your wash sale. I think you can get, like, what, one forgiven per year or something like that. What's the best strategy to lower my cost basis? Buy more at a cheaper price. We're sitting at about 50% of your current cost basis. Silky Smooth Cerebral Dan. Or not 50%, half of your cost basis. Do wash sales apply to long-term capital gains? Also, the holding period of the wash sale security is added to the holding period of the repurchase securities. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Ask your brokerage. It gets into tax stuff that I don't really care about very often. That's not really my area. Well, boys, it's a tasty dip to load more. Bullish on a decent bounce. It is a tasty dip. AMD's looking strong today. It's looking pretty good. Yeah. Holding its own. Even though the market's being a piece of shit. Do we see 90 again this week? I fucking hope so. So basically, he might need an accountant if he can't clear it up with WeBull. I mean, it's probably hard to clear up with WeBull, but with like Fidelity or something, they'll probably do it. What state is best for creating an asset management LLC? Delaware, I think, has the lowest taxes. Jimmy, it didn't drop off the screen. It's just trading at the bottom of the screen. See? Ugh. Back to 20 fast. It's clear by your emotional states that some of you come from loving families. Pull it together. Should I borrow 1K shares, $100,000 from a rich brother to buy 1K shares right now? It's up to you. Would you ever want to go to the North Pole? No, probably not. So breakdown through 88. Next resistance is 80. 85, I think. $87.52 is the next one. That's our that was our cycle low in January before we bounced from the FTDs was 86. God, that's hard to read. Hold on. I need to change this. Okay. Our STB was 8702. And it's really, really, I like the support at 8644 a lot better. It's got a lot more confirmation. Yeah, 8644. Here, I'll put it on here. so we have it. Oh, I already have it. Never mind. Well, this isn't 44 though. This is 40. I get that. There we go. 8640. First corporate structure for asset management LLC. I don't have at least two, correct? One for holding assets, the second for actual management of the asset holding LLC. I don't fucking go ask an accountant how you want to structure, or a tax lawyer. These are definitely not things I give a flying fuck about, Stefan. I just found out I have to run our company's exhibitor booth at a conference in July. Can you press the MOASS button before then to save me? I'll do my best, Danrad. Any possibility of a Gen 6 after hours run up? Yeah, we thought they were trying to pump IV to price retail out. But in reality, it looked like it was just because of the thresholding of XRT and massive exercised negative delta. This is an excellent time to try to reduce cost basis. Pretty strong bullish divergence on RSI 1 hour. Reversal incoming soon? Probably. I can't imagine us staying this low for very long. Although volume today is not really that good. Not as good as it was yesterday. VWAP isn't just a support resistance line, it's also a momentum indicator. Below VWAP, negative momentum, and above VWAP, positive momentum. I'm aware. That's why it's on my hat. Like Greg said, price goes up, make money. Price goes down, make money. Those are ways of making money. Was 86 the most likely support? No, there's a lower one. There's one at we have 86, 77, and 75. I'll just put them in now. And then, yeah, we have the psychological ones, 85, 80, 76. That was, what did I just say? 75, 65, 77, 32. $75, 65, 77, 32. And then we have psychological support at 80, 80, 85. Also, options chain supports same levels. 80, 85, 8250. So, change these to. There we go. All set. Ko-Fi, someone? Sorry. Missed that. Hey, Pickleman, am I on the list of things you give a fuck about? I'm a zillionaire, but I can upgrade to pigeon whale. I don't know that's what's required. You don't have to upgrade. I I care about you like all of the people in here. A little bit. I want you to make money, but outside of that, I don't really acknowledge anything else. And also, you're probably a bot, so. Is that really what streamers sell? Love? Are they selling recognition and love? Am I doing this all wrong? Well, part of what's causing the downward pressure on GameStop is our failing economy. But on a more micro scale, large put positions, and ETF shorting. Also, standard shorting. They're borrowing shares. They're borrowing. They're just shorting, doing their thing. You know. Don't you dare start pandering now, you son of a bitch. The things we have to going on here don't work if you tell me you care about me. Yeah, don't worry about that, JFresh. You care about us more than you say. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, streamers sell fake friendship. How could you be friends with that many people? It's ridiculous. I'm well aware of hope as a marketable commodity. Look at computer shares profits over the last quarter. I'm going to start the next support level of the stream. I'm going to call it Daddy Time. I'll pretend to be a caring father. You act like that's something you need. I'm not a bot. I've been here since March. You rescued me from Matt Kors, and for that, I'm eternally grateful. Thanks, Sadie Daddy. You sell row interest? Interest rates are rising. Admit it, if one of us died and you knew our username, you'd be upset. I mean, I thought Freg died, and I actually loved Freg. It was the first time I'd felt anything in a long time. I was okay. How much? That depends on how hard the market drops trash. Only dads? Yeah, we can play catch in the metaverse. I'll tell you how proud I am of you. What else do dads do? I just want to point out that Freg's return marked the run up in March, and his leaving created Freg's day. Freg taketh and Freg giveth back. Freg is entropy incarnate. Get drunk and beat you. Are you buying this dip or waiting? I'm like DCAing options right now. You saved me for an old washed out trader who's banned from trading. On that note, can you eat a bagel and shell out some SPACs in this new daddy tier? You know, I know it's an unpopular opinion, but there are some SPACs that will one day be worth money. Just most of them are fraud. The vast majority are fraud. But if you're willing to dig through all the fraud, there might be some golden nuggets. Beautiful growth nuggets. Yeah. Is this a demand zone? No. This is my last one because it's making me broke. But I'll co-host the Daddy podcast and teach the Daddy Time subscribers how to lash out in anger because they lack emotions. Beatings will continue until morale improves. If you're running out of money, stop giving it to me, Steady Daddy. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. What happened to Han? Is Han dead? That's the thing, is when you have this much exposure to thousands of people, they're dying all the time and you just don't know. How high do you think the next GME run will go? That'll depend on Gamma Maximum. Investor Place told me today is the last time to sell my GameStop. Thanks, Investor Place. Is this price point low enough for a reverse split? Sure. Right? Let's pull up TradingView. Let's find out the perfect price for. I was gonna save this one with the DD, but you know, that's not it. What? Out of here. Piece of shit. Oh, that's so weird. Okay. Close this shit. Go to the 1 day. Nope. So, peak buying for Jimmy occurring at 120. So the perfect price to encourage more share buying for GameStop, or a perfect price for a reverse split, would be $60. But if they were going to reverse split at 180, then that would mean that their target price was 90, where they don't have a significant amount of buying from, 86 to 96. Very low buy volume comparatively. That's all. Mostly 617 with like a tiny YOLO into like 520s. Just taking time away. We need a bourgeois tier membership next. They become a billionaire or join CNBC Investing Club. A real Sophie's choice. Do you use VWAP for that? Sure. A little bit, yeah. Retarget strategy for sec. I have one SQQQ call left up, 125%. Sold off 3 at 25, 50, 100. I want to be greedy with this last one, but don't want to regret. How to best play. Just set a tight stop loss on it and see what fucking happens, Posty. Like set a stop limit at a price where that's the bottom line where you're willing to take profits. Say that's like 50% or 75%. That's your maximum loss from the profit gain that you're willing to take, right? So just set your stop there and ride it out. Or if you want, less risk to the downside and you want to ensure that you walk away with 100% minimum, set it there. When's HD's next downside resistance? Might be coming up on it right now. I think it's at yeah, 184. It's like right on it. I mean, the SPY's not really doing anything crazy today. still higher than the low from yesterday. Still need to wait to see what happens the next few days. We'll still need to see what happens over the next few days. Super well thought out and planned out options can be life changing, not just with making money, but also figuring out new strategies. Yeah, I would agree. True. Flippy and Jamie Pools chat. Wait, what? Red stocks make 5 share, Greg said. Thanks, Greg. Sage of Nebraska. Can you explain why you sold your CC at a strike between the strikes of your long calls? Just a hedge? Yeah, essentially. It pays for the premium on the long calls. Also, I think we'll drop. So, like, I think we'll go up, but I think we're going to drop at the end of it. So, you know, it's hedged while I capture profits on calls. And then, you know, if we don't drop, I can just buy it back because it's hedged. And if we do drop, then I get both. I get the up and the downside. Also, it looked like we were going to dip more today. So I can just buy it back tomorrow morning. Your June options for the money, they're closer to the current price. They're pretty close to the current price. They're at 90, 95, and 100. If we drop below 85, I'll probably get some of those also. There's aggregate data of outstanding FTDs. The SEC report? Apple back to 30 fast? Yeah, I don't think so. No, Ryan Cohen's not shorting GME to get a good reverse split price. I have 3 disgusting $20 CSPs for BBY expiring 8/19. What are the chances these get exercised early? Slim. Do you think we're going to reverse soon based on FTDs? I was a little confused on today's daily. Yes, but not today. Historically, our these ETF FTDs create upwards price improvement through this period of time. It takes a few days, and maybe we don't see price movement until next week. Am I doing this right? Put 1, fuck. Put 2, fuck. Profit. Beautiful. Although you bought put 2, I like put 2, but I mean, and you made money, but in such a weird spot. Like, why aren't you buying the puts at the test of your resistance line? you, you do need to work on your entries a little bit. I mean, I think ultimately you got kind of lucky here. Also, don't buy SPY right at market open. It's always you lose more money on fucking IV than you're gonna make on a price drop. If anything, I would have bought that low gap fill on the long side. That gap fill that happened this morning at like this one right here. 395. I probably would have gone long there. But to be fair, I probably would have been out of it at like this test. I mean, it worked out. The market tanked enough that you recovered any losses, I assume, at this point. %. Yeah, it's not great, but it's better than nothing. If you can, I mean, if you can consistently get 10% on intraday SPY calls, you're in a good spot. You can also just straddle too. I don't think what I did is a long-term winning strategy. No, not at all. Why won't retail let us find the bottom of the market? Jesus. Ooh, IV's bumping a little bit. What's dark pool percentage? Let's find out. %41.3%. Very low. Remember 5-share Greg? Yeah, he's dead now. Oh no, that's sad. What mean? What is what? What is what? What mean? What does what mean? IV pumping, meaning entropy swaps coming in? No, not necessarily. Just a market maker pricing in a bounce. F, GME shorts put their pickle in my jar. Is it possible that GME is going in other ETFs at this price? So it does. Does it change something for the FTDs? No. If we get moved to the Russell 2000, then yes. Although there's compelling theories on both sides of if that would be good or bad for us. FTD seem like fairy tale? No. FTDs seem like not that big of a deal today. AMC about to go sub $10. Well, you know, it's a piece of shit, so that's what you'd expect. Buy Lubrium costs same like setting money on fire. We don't hit 120 tomorrow. I swear to Adam Aaron. We probably won't. That was a good stretch. Felt nice. Did you listen to the AMC shareholders call? It was an embarrassment. No, I didn't need to. I voted no for everything on their proxy. I'm an AMC saboteur. Would you rather be a poor or be a sage of Nebraska? Same thing, right? If Jimmy Split announced tomorrow, then what? Different things. How's BBY looking? Kind of shit like everything else. The only thing doing okay today is Goldman Sachs, Caterpillar, and Visa. AMD's doing okay. AMD Docu? Interesting. VXX is doing a thing, which I'm kind of interested in. Wheat's up 1%. Veru's got some sort of interesting news coming out. Pretty much copying the short borrow scam in regular stocks. Smart. Does it mean anything that our daily is lower than our March dip on the daily? It's not. We dropped into the 70s in March. I know you're skeptical of RC's tweets meaning anything. You still feel that way with speculation this week that he may increase his position, especially with the low price today and FTDs. But it's not like he's gonna buy a lot. It's not like he's gonna buy like 1 million shares or anything, you know. It's just, it's just like even if he buys like his last share buy-in was just like a statement. It had no effect on the price of the stock. When will DFV tweet? Maybe never again. Who's this? Some sort of. 1 second, guys. Hello. So why do out of the money options expire worthless? The premium paid is considered the cost of holding the hedge. They're usually rolled. How was the conference with BlackRock? A beep. Oh, I was getting some more calls. Why do you hate my water bottle? Is X's floor really going to be 25 or am I dreaming? Hope so. Oh, that reminds me. Give me your money, Jay Fresh. No, Zakir. And tell them if they send avocado farmer assassins again in the middle of the night to try to sabotage my elevator, I'll drink it all. I have such a collection of various foods here. Roger that. Fuck them. That's a bad flavor. Oh, oh no. Look at Airbnb trying to crawl its way back. I can't check the OI intraday average, Joe. What percentage do you take gains at for CCs? I mean, if the stock keeps dropping, you can roll them every 50%. Are we on SSR for tomorrow? I don't think so. This is beautiful. I don't know, 5 CCs this week safe if I just want to put some cash in my pocket. Not the worst. I don't love 105s unless you have a hedge on them. But, you know, from a delta standpoint, it's pretty low risk. Hmm. Yeah, these high volume candles are kind of interesting. What's the question, dude? Am I dumb? I don't know. Are you? Ah, I know nothing about options by loading up on DKNG calls for Jan 2024. $95 strike. They're dirt cheap. I mean, there's a reason they're dirt cheap. Natsuka, um, yes. Yes, you are. Kathy Wood will buy your DraftKings stock for $95 today. An early way to see trend reversal is when price action is above VWAP for at least one day. Sure. Can be indicative of, but not necessarily indicative of a reversal. More indicative of stabilization. ADR should have ETF FTDs due. Same time, right? Man, I shouldn't have closed my puts. Hold on one second. You know what? I want to revel in this for a moment longer. For all the ADR shills I had to deal with. Gurk's wrong. Pickle don't know shit. We're going to the moon. Are you? Are you going through the center of the earth first? Did you ever taste $8? No. No, worth it. Who are you roasting? The ADR squeeze people? I'll see you tomorrow, Mogans. I made some sweet tendies on that ADR short. Me too. If you go over on the ADR subreddit, it's really funny. You can already see people posting things like, it's okay. Just buy and hold. Dip before the rip. We own the float. Remember Prague? Yeah. Ooh, what's this stand for hire? This is GameStop. Ooh. Are these all from today? I see Moonwind's covered call position on here. think I see mine. I wish I could vicariously live through my covered calls, JFresh. See where they go. See the things they do. But I can't. No uppy ups today? Not yet. That's definitely not the first time I've eaten a pickle on camera. Soup. We're supposed to start seeing ETF FTDs coming in? Slowly, but yes, over the next 6 days. Stop demanding instant satisfaction. And take advantage of the fucking dip. Not only did I outline the risk in the ETF FTDs, I outlined the expected time frame for them. It's day one. I even wrote this morning that we will likely follow the market trend in the daily DD. Chill the fuck out. You called today being low a long time ago. I took notes. Oh, thank you, Anonymous. That wasn't good either. You know what I hate? I hate it when places have some good things and the rest of their food's really, really bad. Or if I was a hedge fund, I'd buy BBBY. GME at these prices would present too much risk. If you're talking about like a traditional hedge fund, like a trading fund, I'd be all over this shit. Would we have an idea if they rolled May OPEX into June by now? May 19th or sooner if we're not seeing FTDs come in? You probably won't know in advance. As always, in any of these cycles, they can always cover before the obligations are due. They have, T plus 6 plus 35 CE plus 3, right? But they can cover at any time during that window. The only thing that motivates them to cover at the end of it is that's most advantageous because they're cash settling. No matter how bad your portfolio looks, just remember Bill Huang. Where do you see an IV bump when it happens? In your options contracts, if you're watching the prices on them? The more Vega they have, the more sensitive they are. I mean, that's kind of like the strategy of those like replicating baskets we talk about, right? Is that these are like these far dated, far out of the money calls with high Vega values. And near term price fluctuations affect the Vega values of those far dated calls far sooner, right? And that creates. So theoretically, if you see a bump in IV on a leap, you could enter a near dated position if you're fast enough, and then experience the volatility on the current time frame. Okay, I'll stop trying to tell you guys about predicting the future with options. No problem, Duddles. What do you think of Spotify? Eh. What do you think of it? Was that RC's buy-in? Sure. How do you find OPEX dates? Is there like a website or something? You can look at the CBOE options expiration calendar. And then ask me more questions. I don't think so, Jay Gills. Spotify will go the way of the dinosaur as soon as recording artists start putting their albums into NFTs en masse. Yeah, and then record companies come back. Has anyone ever said that you look like Dom DeLuise? No? I don't even know who that is. The best moral compass an ape could ask for. Developed thesis that Stickle will cause a rebound. Can you put him up to reverse the trend? Thank you as always. Thank you, Captain Ron. Ooh. I think it was a compliment. I'm going to take it as a compliment. Is Discord audio working? I don't know. Yes? Yes, it is. Anybody ever tell you that you look like my dad? Just you, mostly. International options closed for the NYSE. That's weird. Stickle for whale teeth for MOASS. This is Stefan. It's his first iteration. He used to be longer. Then he became more like a cucamelon. No, my $83 limit order. Is your left strong stronger than your right? I don't think so. But my right wrist is super fucked up, so. I said cucamelon, not olive. Is that a fucking owl? Why do I need to take breaks? Everything's dragged around, Jay Gills. It's all the same shit, sort of. You simply have overperformance and underperformance. People working at BlackRock don't need breaks. They don't get them either. SPY, same like GME, same like Russell 2000, same like Russell 1000, same like DJI, same like US dollar, same like everything. Same like poor. You sleep in that t-shirt? If so, Trash has asked if you can send it to him. No, this is a different one. This is this is this is dark blue. My shirt yesterday was teal. I think they all look the same because of the lighting. They all just look black or blue. Don't send it to Trash. Send it to me. I'm not sending anyone my shirt. It's my shirt. Dark blue is my supervillain alter ego. Early routing for options to NYSE is suspended. Oh, because of the coronal mass ejections. I warned you guys. Yeah, they can buy back 100 million. Greg, I don't know if you know. I don't know you in person, but I think you might be, as Grace the secretary would say, a righteous dude. Thanks, Baradactyl. CME, coronal mass ejection, same like Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Yes. Who would win in a thumb war between you and Darth Dan? I mean, me. But only because I would demand concession and he would oblige. Oh, I almost broke everything by dropping my water bottle. No, Snapchat grenades are a totally different thing. Oh, Snapshot. First of all, how are we not making money off auctioning off your clothing and stuff? It's my clothes. I don't want to auction it off. I paid like $9 for this. I'm not gonna auction it. I can always be bought. I know. You're Dan. It's in your nature. I mean, the water bottle is slightly larger than the tiny vacuum. This is the tiny vacuum. That's for cleaning things. General vicinity. This is the water bottle. So, one fits in the frame, the other does not. Oh, I can do that thing. There, see? Now you have a better idea of the scale. Your appliances are so comically sized. Are you starting a children's channel? No. I don't think that would go over well. Thanks, your mom's hot friend. Yeah, but those are adult children, Darth Dan. Do you have any price targets for BBY for OPEX when it happens? Yeah, hopefully my calls go in the money. What are we auctioning? Lunch with me? Do I have to pay for it? Do I have to go? Girk's new hat fan. Everyone has a lower cost basis than Girk and Ryan Cohen. It's true. Jesus, WeBull approved me for level 2 options in less than 5 minutes of creating an account with no money in it. I know, it's amazing, isn't it? No, they pay for it. Yes, you have to go. What we do though is we say the money is going to the pickle charity, and then we take the money for ourselves. But I would be the pickle charity. I would be the beneficiary of the pickle charity. Do you know how much it costs to support the pickle union? It's not cheap. They keep demanding things like health care and fair wages. Why do you think they haven't been on the stream lately? Hey, guess the price of scallops. $23.74 a pound. I love springtime. It's like the only time of the year it's worth living here. Spring and fall. But I have allergies, so I can't go outside. But I know it's nice out. When do my weeklies print? What stock are they on? What do you think? Twitter? I heard a rumor that the quants are going to unionize. You just started that rumor. I'll bust the union. Okay. That'll improve profits. We are at the Pickle Union. Appreciate your candor and understanding the blight our pickles go through on a daily basis. It's been through your contributions and dedication to the needs of the pickles that Stefan has been able to feed us 42 kids. Praise be to VWAP. Thank you so much, Pickle Union President. It's been a while since we've conversed. Speaking of unions and telling you what to do, JFresh, is there any chance that we're going to see some FTD graphs before the next report is released? Yeah, I don't want to do allergy therapy. That's just giving you. If I wanted that, I'd just go sit in a park all day. CBOE Ejection Options Exchange has declared self-help against NYSE ARCA options. Comment this. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'll look at it. They're just opting out of a national market system because there's some sort of technical problem. So they're routing trades from one market to another until they believe that they have resolved the issue. It's not going to affect anything except, international traders. It happened in 2017. I remember that. I think it happened before the COVID crash, like right before the COVID crash. It was like NASDAQ options exchanges against ARCA, declared self help against ARCA. Yeah, it happened right before the COVID crash. If I remember. Um, it was February, like middle of February 2020, somewhere around there. That's very close on the scallop guess. I've got 25 a pound. Okay, it's a little high. Maybe they're up. Food inflation's up. You're getting priced into the new rate. I ran it this morning, but forgot to download April data. Then I lost interest. All right, I'll try again later. Are the Spice Girls the most influential band of the 90s? No, it's in sync. But yeah, see, Alex knows. So market crash 1 month. What do you guys think? I'm gonna look this up. When was it? Am I right? I feel like I'm right. I don't misremember things like this. There we go. But maybe no, that's 2017. Feb 14, 2020. Options exchanges run by Nasdaq Inc. declared self-help alerts against NYSE Arca on Friday, signaling problems processing trades from the NYSE exchange. A self-help alert is a notification issued by a trading exchange when another exchange is dealing with internal problems processing trades and orders are routed through alternate venues. NYSE Arca, owned by International Exchange Incorporated, separately released an alert saying it was having issues with options quotes for Aspirion Therapeutics, Ford Motor Co., and Gladstone Capital Corp. Nickelback is the GOAT. Changed my mind. You know, I could imagine Chad Kroger chewing straw. If only I could realize that dream while telling you to look at his graph. The lighting makes it look like you're wearing dark blue overalls. Mario overalls. I think that's just because of where I have my arms positioned. I could smooth out the wrinkles in my shirt. Don't have this issue. It's still kind of wrinkly. I washed it, but then I didn't fold anything. So it's all just still looks dirty. What happened? This happened again? Something wrong with options markets? Yeah, don't worry about it. No one cares. It's a nothing burger. Like everything everyone gets worked up about. The market is crashing. That's like pointing at a burning house and saying, "What do you think? Fire in 1 month? Down 20% so far this year. That's not crashing. It can go a lot further. The sell-offs are minimal, and we recover from them so far. If you've ever had the privilege of being part of a market crash, it doesn't look anything like this. My name is not James. Nice try, though, crab mentality. A pickle who farts in heaven, shall be thy reign. They shield him come, GME will run. On 510s whilst in the red den. Give us this day our daily hope and ask us and forgive us for our ignorance. Thank you so much, Mike. Legend. What's the most influential song of the 90s? It's either Bittersweet Symphony, uh, the one by Alanis Morissette that I can't remember the name of, or Glycerin. Black Hole Sun? That's got to be up there. We're just making a top 5 list now. Not a Jordan. Anybody ever? Did you? I saw this post on Reddit last night. Like some guy was like, "Is it weird that I get myself out of bed every morning by repeating the phrase, 'Come on, Barbie, let's go party'?" How's it not Smells Like Teen Spirit or Jeremy? Because I don't like either of those songs. Kiss from a Rose was very influential, personally. Papa Roach? Barney's I Love You. How does that go again? I don't remember. I love you. You love me. Let's all go kill Barney. Something like that. Guns and knives and blood on the floor. Now there's no more purple dinosaur. Living La Vida Loca wasn't just uh, influential in the 90s. It's influential today. I love you. You love me. We're a happy family. With a great big deal and a rip to 92. Won't you buy GME too? Is Barney controversial? Go back to cooking topics. I made a chicken rub last night. It turned out fantastic. Interesting. Can you track IEX orders? Why would you want to? Message you if you want the recipe. I'm not giving it out to the poors. Did you spatchcock it? You should always spatchcock your chicken. Unless you're roasting in like a commercial oven. I'm the military. Told my boss I'm definitely retiring next year so I can catch more live streams of Pi-Fi. I'm no longer worried about finding a job thanks to what I've learned from you. Big ups, Gurk from Okinawa. Dude, thank you, Pickles Penne. I appreciate that, man. Congratulations. Does Ivy go lower as price stays closer to VWAP for extended periods of time? Yes. You ought to know? Yeah, that's the song. Thank you, Pop Cern Trader. FTD day is same like any other day? No. Why don't you sell some covered calls at 95 and we'll find out? I got a nice fat chunk of margin waiting. The broker said the meme craze was officially over. Sure. Okay, fine. You convinced me. But I'm not giving out the ratios. Salt, pepper, brown sugar, mustard seed, onion powder, garlic powder, turmeric, paprika, celery seed, basil, and some chipotle if you want. So Stuart M. I've also spilled my spice cabinet onto a spatchcocked chicken. Um, it wasn't terrible. But this really still brings us back to, did you or did you not spatchcock the chicken? If you didn't spatchcock it, did you stuff it? Do you know what spatchcocking a chicken is? Yes, it is, Dork. You think they bring us lower than 70 this time for GME? I hope so. Okay, but if FTD days can only predict 10 up after 30 down, why bother? You make money on the up, and then you make money on more down from a higher price. You buy the bottom and you fade the top. It's like you learn nothing. Ah, but we'll outperform the market if we have FTDs, Moonwind. Later, Bull Mayo guy. What was the massive volume spike between 1:30 and 2? Well, someone bought all the shares that someone sold. Or someone bought a shitload of calls and big synthetic hedge. SST T plus 35 tomorrow? I'll have to check. Use some margin to keep BBBY above 12. That's a battle I can't fight. I can't tell if you're being spicy or salty right now. It's okay. Not understanding how to season food seems to be a popular theme today. Can you see if shares are bought on IEX? Yeah. Are you gonna buy like 1,000,000 shares? Greg, I've been watching for a while and I've learned so much, but there's one thing that's got me a little confused. Can you explain this whole buying and selling deal? No. I don't know who Belbiv DeVoe is. I feel like I do, but maybe I don't. It sounds like VH1, something on VH1 that I remember vaguely. Who's playing OPEX right now? Didn't you say that last time about March? You're so negative, critical hits. Spending too much time hanging out with Data in the bear den. Oh, yeah, the groove is in the heart. Okay, now I know what it is. Who's my favorite band? Band. Hmm. That's a tough one. I want to say NSYNC, but I don't know if they're actually a band. Boys to Men? Bone Thugs and Harmony? Not Creed. Never Creed. Stone Temple Pilots. You know what I spent a lot of time last night doing? Which is weird for me. I don't really do this often. I was listening to music. I just lived down the street from Lance Bass before he got all NSYNC famous. Did you guys ever hook up? I did listen to some Celine Dion. And then I listened to Eminem, which led to me listening to Logic, which then led to me listening to Someone else. The other person I was listening to. I have my playlist here. I don't even need to ask that question. New Logic or old Logic? Both? Then I listened to Foreigner for about an hour. That was like 1 or 2 songs. And then I listened to Joyner Lucas. And then I listened to the Beatles. And I listened to Tupac. And that was it. Have you ever been to a Spilknot concert? I've been to a Slipknot concert. I didn't listen to a Slipknot's Wait and Bleed last night. Oh, and then I listened to Ed Sheeran. Because I'm still trying to figure out why people hate him so much. I'm just reading it off as in order. Trash. Yeah, roughly, Mike Spickle. You keep her name out of your fucking mouth, Yoons. Ramstein? I never liked them much. Are you just watching the order flow? They're different exchanges, Justin. I think it's a fundamental flaw to draw trends with straight lines. No. And yes, but no. Have you ever heard of ABBA? Of course. It's like you're gonna ask me if I was ever in a high school production of Mamma Mia. I wasn't, but I wanted to be. Some analysts always just draw 45-degree lines versus trying to exactly match the up and down trends. Interesting, but not my preference. I agree. Of course, I've heard of Michael Jackson. Smooth Criminal is one of my top 25 favorite songs. Haha, lentil burrito. I don't know what a theater kid is. I definitely wasn't one. People haven't heard of Joyner Lucas? Really? I feel like he's pretty popular. I know a lot of people don't like him because they think he's just like an Eminem knockoff. And he is obviously very heavily influenced by Eminem. But I like him. The hard R on I'm not racist was a bit much. I mean, you, did you get the point of it? It's definitely like shock value. I think a lot of people think Joyner Lucas is the white guy in that video, which I think is funny. Like a bunch of my friends think that. They're like, I don't like that guy. He uses the N word, and I'm like, who do you think he is? They're like, he's that hick looking guy in the rap song. No, no, he's not. What do you tell your friends about us? They don't know I do this. N word, negative beta, not negative data. Are you ashamed of us? Sometimes. I enjoy the side sitting shot you've got going on. It's like you're seated for a portraitist. I mean, a painter? How many actual friends do you have? I don't know. I don't count them. They slip in and out of my life as my interest in them fades. Of course, I can drive a stick shift. Can you still buy a stick shift? Oh shit! Look at me. The new king of bread. We found MOASS. Eat your Wheaties. We're going to the moon, boys. I may have been early, but I was also right. It's because I sold my wheat calls earlier today. How much is a loaf of bread anyway? $10? That sounds about right, Elon. Is that what people are paying for bread nowadays? 10? It's going up to 12. That's soft wheat. So your pasta, cake, and pastries. Yeah, the cake for the poors. Stop T-posing because you have a lifetime supply of gluten. You'll scare the vegan children in the poor's channel. They'll be alright. Here, I have a scenario that I need to ask public opinion on because I don't know how to gauge it. If you're watching someone's kid and they've made their child a vegetarian and he demands chicken nuggets, do you just give the homie some chicken nuggets or like respect the parents' wishes? No, that little fucker ate all the chicken nuggets. I mean, I also told his parents. This was a while ago. This is a couple years ago. I'm just curious on what the decision would have been from more normal people or bots. Were the parents upset? The dad wasn't really at all. Um, he may have been pro giving him chicken nuggets. Um, the mom lost her shit. Wheat is blocked and cannot be traded on Merrill. Sorry. Do you want me to call them? How old was the kid? Like 8? Expect them to divorce in the coming years. Oh, they're already divorced. Well, not really divorced. She disappeared. Um, it's kind of an interesting story, actually. I don't know what happened to her, and I don't think anyone else does. Maybe he murdered her. I've thought about that. She was pretty awful. It's a possibility. I'm not going to rule it out. But yeah, she bailed. Was your friend Patton Oswald? No. What happened to the kid? He still lives with his dad, as far as I know. I haven't talked to him in years. How do you feel about June Oxy 6250s? I have some. July. I have July calls. Do I have that strike? I don't think I do. I might not have 6250s. You know what? I think I have 65s for July. I don't want to open my other brokerage. I'll check later. I think I have 65s for July. Just another stock that I'm right about. I know I downplay my losses, but you know, there's so many wins. I don't need to downplay a lot. Always, Alex. How do you feel being a homewrecker by feeding your child bird meat against her nutty wishes? I don't know. I mean, at the time, I kind of just thought, like, why are people forcing vegetarianism on their children? Just let your kids fucking do what they want. They want to fucking eat chicken, let them eat chicken. Who gives a shit? No, the kid was not you, Pigeon Teeth from OS. You should try my strat. If 99% of your positions are losers, the winners feel that much better. Timeline on rig. I shed the May calls, but I still have the August ones. Fed breaded pigeon whale nuggets to a child. That's what we breed them for. Makes good eating. Yeah, no problem, empty space. Parents basically force everything onto their children, whether it be religion or veganism. But how do you raise an individual if you force all your ideals on them? Then you're just trying to make a tiny you. Like, why would you want that? You probably suck. That's why you had a kid in the first place. If anything, you should do everything in your power to try to make sure it's not like you. Is that why you left us? So I became an individual? Sure. Whatever helps you sleep better at night. Pigeon teeth for my ass. You know, I think everyone's just like, you know, I'm not gonna fuck up my kids like my parents fucked me up. And then they just fuck up their kids in totally new ways. Just like don't try, right? Like why don't more people do that? Why don't more people just not try and see what happens? Like make sure they don't die, right? But like other than that, you know, kind of let them do what they want. I think we'd have a better world if that was the way children were raised. Thank you for giving me chicken nuggies. No problem, Billy. Children need boundaries. Haven't you read Lord of the Flies? I thought that was just about killing pigs. Uncle had that attitude, and now all his kids hold AMC. But maybe you should have kept more books in the house. You know, I could start a parenting YouTube channel, and it would probably be wildly successful on the backs of all the parents disagreeing with me. It'd be like Democrats who are really into what's that guy's name? Joe Rogan. Like they just hate watch him all day. Oh, or like this channel where like super stonkers tune in to find out what I'm saying bad about their stock and their mission. I think there's a lot of value in obtaining large numbers of hate watchers. What's your theory on Oxy? Oh, just it going up. That was the entirety of the theory. Grook's Life Lessons and Societal Advice YouTube channel. Confirmed, I hate you, but I'm here every day. Wait, I thought you wanted to be my best friend. You need to make up your mind or get the fuck off my porch, Mr. Diggs. I personally find hate watching the stream to be extremely fulfilling. Thanks, Trash. The best part is it's not even about GME all the time. You're teaching them valuable lessons on other things. Am I? I don't know about that. I'm saying things about other things. BBY, same like dead? Not yet, Tim. It's still got a pulse. Which car you own? Why do you want to know? I'll be a dietitian in 4 months. I support your decision. Thanks, Netflix and chill. What's your license plate? CC God? Did you cut the weeklies? I wouldn't have bought them in the first place, Dominic. If you're doing the calculations, they're mostly true, Stefan. You should try this weird dill cucumber salad I had today. Claw range, and you might want a hot dog too. It was foul. I have both shares and options. I want to get BBY leaps, but I'm afraid it will dip more. Is there more downside to come? Do you have a price target? If you're buying leaps, you don't care about near-term downside very much. Don't buy them all at once, right? Maybe get a couple now and then wait and see if it dips. And then if it dips, get a couple more. Have you thought about that strategy? I know it's complex, but it's reliable. Tarek A, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking.
So you're saying is don't put all your chicken nuggets in one basket? Yes.
Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
MOASS, assuming it just doesn't exist from this point on, what do you think the price will be naturally in 5 years? I don't know, 3 to 500 maybe. Do you have any leaps on GME? Not right now. When AMD to 100? Not today. What if popcorn holders are really just the financial arm of our enlightened birdmen? I don't know what that is. I just want to get shadow banned in chat. People report you, or um you say things, or like if you try to post links or use banned words. Can you tell me which option is more likely? The not share recall one. Options on NYSE apparently suspended, diverted to a different exchange on certain tickers. You're worried about a possible market crash stopping an OPEX run for GME. Yeah. Here we go with the options trading suspension conspiracies. I know. Wait, this will be like the Fidelity thing. Now everyone will be like, oh, options must be good. They're not letting us have them. Right? We're about to get busy with options conspiracy theorists in here. Who's your butt cheeks? They're going to be coming in hot. Banned words like the Yardbirds? No. Hey, first time viewer, third time liker. Why are they not letting options? Options same like DRS? That'll be funny. Wait, Fidelity restricting options on GME? I don't know. They could be. Dun dun dun. No, it said that recalls were unlikely. They're standard practice, but in a situation where the long contract or the long lenders are exposed to a significant degree of risk, they are less likely to recall their shares. First time watcher, long time poster. What if they don't want apes to have options because they'll have to buy more shares and MM is long GME and wants to squeeze? Interesting. What risks are longs exposed to? Over lending. They're forced to in a reverse split, yeah. Did Kafka's the Bitcoin crash? This Wild West short position? What happened with options being suspended? They're trying to take options away from retail traders. That's my line in the sand. I'm sticking to it. Who's they, you might ask? Creepy financial boogeyman. If long lenders need to sell their shares, do they first have to recall them? Yes. I haven't. I actually finished the covered call video. It's being doing an edit. Bart Star. I kind of told everyone when I started the channel that any development on it would be slow because I don't have a lot of free time as it is. The development on the channel has been slow. That's I'm watching a person sitting in a chair for hours, vaping, and watching a stock I invested in fall below my initial buy-in. Whatever floats your boat, man. I don't want to live in a world without covered calls. That was just my landlord trying to watch me get dressed. Could be both. Is BlackRock your landlord? So you wouldn't want to go more hands-off approach to investing so you can do other things at some point in your life? What else would I want to do? See, this is why I'm better than you, Moon. Because you'll quit and I'll still be in it to win it. Enjoy your early retirement. I refuse further questioning without the counsel of a lawyer present. Do the Dans have one of those? I think they do. Please explain like I'm 5. Over lending? I have 1 share. I give you 2. I feel like some of these terms are very self-explanatory. I meant, how is that a risk for them? Well, if I want my shares back, you have to find 2 shares, right? What if you don't have enough money to find 2 shares? Say you only have money for 1 of those shares. Then you blow up, and then I'm on the hook for the other share. How common is it for individual stocks to rally when the overall market is going down heavily? I mean, some will. Because I have not even account Lats 61. You can't share that one share. What? Are you fucking with me? My parents leave me with you and I'm a vegetarian. You feed me chicken nuggets. How am I not your kid now? You're not the honorary pigeon whale teeth for MOASS. Wasn't that what's gonna happen during MOASS anyway? No. Do people invested in Jimmy really not get that? That's how we got into all this to begin with. Where do they think 100% greater than 100% sold short comes from? They don't know. They're just mad about it. Outraged at the injustice done to the stock that they YOLO'd into. Doesn't matter. It was a hypothesis. It wasn't a hypothesis. It was incoherent ramblings. Write them out in a sentence. Do you think Jamie is still greater than 100% short? Directly? No. Indirectly, yes. Down 60% overall in my GME position. I'm still hoping that they can bring it all the way back down to 50 so I can average down with my dry powder if I start buying more at 75. Best of luck to you. What's with my one share? It's doing fine. Why are you worried about my share? Like, if you own one share and they split it, you'll have half a share. Or you'll just have one share. In a reverse split, it's not pissable. I mean, if you get a paper copy of your share, you can piss on it. You can piss all over it. Reverse splits are possible. I don't know what you mean. They happen all the time. You're the one arguing with me unintelligibly. So the company can either give you fractional shares or just maintain one share. So in a reverse split, both have happened. Yeah, if you have one share and it's like 2-to-1 reverse, you go to 0.5 of a share. But also sometimes they just split them to one, and only larger positions get reverse split. RC tweet. Is it relevant? Is he telling critical hits? He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about? I'm really upset with Putin for causing all this inflation. I mean, yeah, he's a bastard. If J-Pow keeps printing money, Ryan Cohen's gonna lose that third comma. Scary. I wouldn't want to be a billionaire right now. Time to lose my gains again. Congratulations, Maximum. You're scaring all the people with one share. They thought they were about to get 7. Could their plan be to slowly move their shorts directly from GME to ETFs while profiting off the cycles? Could that be the reason of the cycles? No, really? What? Buy critical hits. I was being sarcastic, Sean. I know Cohen tweeted. The next resistance? Right there. It's better to let the pizza cool a minute before you cut it, Tim Timmery. Ryan Cohen starts to annoy me a bit with a lot of nonsensical tweets. Tell us what is really on your mind. Jimmy was at 250 in November, 189 in late March, and now at 83. Hey, it was at 77 in March too. Don't just analyze the upside. I'm alive, I think. Turd, what's up? Welcome back from the dead. Gherkin, you don't know what you're talking about. Me and my 3 shares are going to change the landscape of the financial markets. Okay. What a great day to be oil. Only up. Get good. I've got 5. Press F for Victor. If Tesla goes down a bit more, I will lose all my money finally and have to start again with 0. Can you do me a favor, Victor, if you start again with 0 next time? Please don't bet that Tesla will gain $450 in value. You want to help me out? I woke up this morning and my girlfriend left a note on the fridge saying this isn't working. But I opened the fridge and it's working fine. Sounds like everything's in order. I don't know what you're worried about, Trash. What if my favorite part of this stream is Victor guessing Tesla will gain $450 in value? I mean, at least that means there's something here for you, Frank. Moonwind seems mad about these FTDs. He probably bought weeklies. Anytime I say something's like high risk or a terrible play, Moonwind's all over that shit. YOLOing all his money into one strike. That kind of thing. Losing thousands of dollars on the spread. This is not very cash money. BBBY. You know who my favorite people on Super Stonk were? The ones that were like, oh, guess I'm buying the dip. No complaints, no outrage, no whining about market mechanics. Just buying the dip. Anyway, I bought the dip. Nice. It's true they haven't gotten the bar rate under 5 yet, but between the market slipping and maybe being ready to abuse ETFs again, I'm betting we see 40 to 50 before long. Possibly. If that keeps up, we'll be at 0 in no time. If I'm buying your GME do I still need to buy a membership, or does that come with the bag? It's included with the bag. How many ounces does that thing hold? 128, I think. What will cause GME's IV to drop? Trading in one price range on low volume for a long period of time. We have 3 million volume again today. IV is going to be up. What I missed, did you DRS your shares? As you see, the stock is ready for 65 before it runs in July. It's getting there. Do you comprehend how many shares I'll buy if it hits 0? Infinite? Are we gonna see any ETF price improvement? One day. Thinking he puts against Riven for earnings tonight. It doesn't look like they'll meet estimates in any way. No, probably not. I agree. 83 safe for CCs? No. You still have your GME calls? Yep. Nope, just doesn't. You'd think this thing would have a great tonal quality to it, and it does not. What price does GME have to go down to for you to buy more? If it drops much lower, I'll probably start selling CSPs in like the $70 range. We have support right here at 82.50. Next support's at 80. You're not wrong, Chicken Tender Daddy. I'm very tired. Make it stop. Close the casino. No. Watch it. Yeah, I heard about the popular theory, Dan Almighty. When Elden Ring stream? I don't know. Probably not today. Maybe later today. They're dropping it before ETF FTD covering tomorrow. That'd be a good time to drop it, wouldn't it? Huh. Absolutely, Joey Alford. How much could a dropping stock drop if a dropping stock could drop stock? I don't know. We're still beating the last dip, so. I thought stocks only go down when people sell. That's correct. Do you know what shorting is? Not to the same degree, Noah. Woke up today and said I wouldn't degen into dips anymore. Well, there's always tomorrow. Dan Moonwind? Probably. Jamie bouncing so hard at 69. Shorts will blame it on retail buying at the funny number. I mean, 69 is probably one of our strongest supports. Do you think we see a new 52-week low tomorrow? Maybe. Is this the dip I should have been chasing? I mean, it's one of the dips you should have been chasing. So thanks for being the most stoic Wendy's general manager of our generation. You rock. Thank you, DK. I moved and changed jobs, so I've been away. What's up, Miguel? WFH. Why isn't this a great time to buy July calls? I didn't say it wasn't a great time to buy July calls. It's just a far away time to buy July calls. How do you determine if a stock is beating the market? Percentage performance against the market? We are underperforming the market by a lot today. Which indicates two things: high FTDs and lots of selling. It's about October 21 150s. Very far out of the money, but okay. How do you keep capital on hand to buy options when the dip is so tasty? Just buy them slowly? Nope, crime, shill. Okay. No, we're definitely not outperforming the market. What's your danger zone for the SPY right now? As a point of no return, basically crash level, like panic selling? Probably lower. 380, 350. It's getting there though. Under 400 is really touchy already. No, high FTDs don't necessarily push us up. If there's plenty of sell pressure and they have net short FTDs, right? They have plenty of shares to buy that are being sold. Even if they're the ones generating that sell pressure synthetically. It's almost like tripling our put call ratio to the put side 2 days ago has a dramatic downward effect on the price. Is this Pulte selling? Probably. Why did you get calls then? Because when GameStop goes down, it goes back up. And so far, as long as we close the week above 80, my calls are free because I sold CSPs. Was this the 2-to-1 stock split we were promised? CSP at 70, safe? Eh, could be. This rate, Jimmy will be able to buy back shares in advance of the split. Yeah, very cheap right now. No stock split, but your shares are worth half. Was there DD for how they pushed out January's OPEX? Are we still in the dark and just know that it can happen? I mean, we understand what they did to do it. They moved their puts forward and didn't cover their FTDs. Jimmy hasn't seen a green candle in years. That can't be true. Is Hank and Ashi just too depressing for everybody? There's more green. Reach down to my June something. Cool. How is tomorrow looking? Hopefully better than today. Oracle at almost a 52-week low. Interesting. It's hard to determine what's selling versus what's just ETF shares being sold. Nice, man. We may just see $40. We may. Can you give an example of how to look for long entries, long call opportunities in a bear or correction market? You're looking for overcorrection to the downside, generally, in a bear market. Stagnant markets kind of just suck. It's just like essentially everything's channel locked, right? RC didn't need to do the split since the hedge funds did it for us. This is bullish. I mean, it's bullish that they're compounding positions to this degree. We've got back-to-back days of high volume. 3 million yesterday, almost 4 today. Let them build them up. Who gives a shit? I do remember when we used to have 40 million volume days. They're pushing prices down now to buy up on the cheap for ETF FTDs that coincide with SPY's max pan for max OPEX next week. Good excuse to buy back up on market recovery. Yeah. Why wouldn't they? I mean, if we know they have to cover ETF FTDs, why wouldn't they want to do it from the cheapest price possible? Anytime they have to cover, expect them to try to drop the price of the stock in advance of it. I mean, our lowest point in almost every cycle throughout this entire fucking thing is right before we run the hardest. Even for FTDs, like here. You know? And here before November. We can go back. August. This one's an exception, but they did try to get us really low before the June run. And then, you know, we all know what happened in February. Days like today suck ass, and they pass, and I'm not worried. Thanks for educating all of us idiots. I'd be a lot more worried if we had to go this alone. Thanks, Twin Peaks. No problem, man. I mean, they suck. They do. It's not like I don't understand what it looks like to have your port tank. But at the same time, if we want big ups, we want big downs too. And the last 3 days have been, whew, real rough. No, this seems to indicate we'll see a run in June. Wyckoff, not dead, just moved on to a different phase. Wyckoff phase D, dead. Very. Wyckoff phase A of accumulation, re-entered. I'll never forget you guys wanted GME at 80 back when we were at 200. Why not buy it now? It's every time. We've done this so many goddamn times now that I'm surprised anybody has any emotion towards it whatsoever. People are like, ah, my port's down 50%. Fucking sell. Go away. No one cares. This is like fucking dip number. So we've had seven run ups. So this is super deep dip number 14. 13? Number 13. And we still have super deep dip number 14 after everyone gets a little bit of hopium over the next couple days. Wow, that gap up into market close isn't weird at all. The fuck was that? Ding ding. It doesn't happen to that degree. We jumped $1 into market close. Yeah, this candle closed at 81.33. This candle opened at 83.26. Oh, we had 4 million volume today. Also, the volume for after hours candles won't print for 15 minutes. All right, well, that was a poop day, down 13.02%, trading at 81.33 into market close. I mean, relatively the same as the action seen on the S&P, while the S&P hit new yearly lows, but you know, vastly underperforming. So lots of short interest on GameStop today. Puts still in place. We'll see how OI looks tomorrow. See if they were just using today to capture profits and they're out. It should start to get a little spicier tomorrow and Friday. So we'll see how it works out. Max paying still up at like 115, but call interest is light. It's picking up, but still light. And we'll see how that plays out. But for now, you know, very good prices for those of you looking to average down or get into long-term options contracts. Great fucking opportunity. That can't be understated. Sure, there may be a lower one, but this one is here right now. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have a good night, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate! Hydrate! Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.